Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to week number 1 of the spring season for NECC in Overwatch. My name is Warren Jungle God Hammond, and joined tonight on the mic by LaFon. How are you doing today?
Doing pretty good, right? Always good to get back into collegiate action here in the Overwatch arena as it stands, and we have a pretty good slate of games to get to today. Of course, across the breadth of games we have, 2 streams as always, and make sure to tune in, catch in all the action as we get set to go. But for up first, we do have our first match of the day.
Absolutely. We are going to be taking a look at University of Delaware and Converse University, and love both these teams. Saw them play several times in the fall. Can't wait to see what changes the winter has brought to these squads, but certainly a lot of names that we recognize, especially for me on Converse. Quicks, Orion, Garchomp. These are names that we've seen several times previously. Always deliver great Overwatch, great gameplay. In addition, on the side of Delaware, TVD Man, Zunes, Ricefiz, all of these players are fantastic. So gonna take a quick peek at the starting lineup though for each squad, and for Delaware at least we do have TVD Man, Sully SW, Zunes, Carter, and Steph.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things about having this winter season kind of stem in is that teams have solidified their presence in in team play, in experience. Teams have had some time to play together, and I think the quality of gameplay historically has elevated in the second season. So I'm super excited to see how Delaware performs. A couple of freshmen, obviously, and a good mix of extant players as well as players coming in for the first time. So definitely a chance for Delaware Esports, University of Delaware, to step up and I think have a fairly strong performance today.
Indeed. And another thing that happens a lot of times over the winter break is some of these teams, they sign new players, right? They recruit, they bring in other people. There's a little bit of change to the squad. Not entirely familiar if that has happened with either of these today, but it's certainly something we're going to be keeping an eye on, see if there's any new faces, any new names moving forward. But let's take a peek now at the lineup for Converse and see who's going to be starting for them. It will be Hammer, Still Kiwi, Orion, Grapha, and Quicks starting us out.
As we got to look through, I mean, Still Kiwi stands out to me, right? Still Kiwi has been a long-standing player in sort of this level of Overwatch, right? I think expectations for Still Kiwi on that support role is to be, a difference maker for this team, and a role that has had a couple of new characters added, in the lifespan of Overwatch 2. So a lot more flexibility opened up here, and between that, I think a player that I'm definitely keeping an eye out on.
One thing that I think is interesting to note here as well, LaFon, is that Garchomp, who is traditionally their tank, is not appearing in the starting lineup today. So Hammer, who is one of their flex players, I'm anticipating they're going to be the ones holding down that role here today. So it'll be interesting to see how the team works around Hammer in the space that they're going to be creating today.
Indeed. Well, that's another expectation that's quite high, right? Tank has had probably the greatest shift. It has had the greatest shift coming into this into Overwatch 2. Dropping that one tank role. We saw how that sort of played out last season in parts, but we also have added Ramatra. With the new patch that came in, the day before yesterday. There's been changes to characters that have historically been. Characters that were strong have sort of taken a back step, as well as I think characters that have been sort of limited in the grand scope of Overwatch 2 stepping to the forefront. We saw Wrecking Ball start to make a bit of an appearance in some games. Obviously a Brawl with Ramatra. Arisa's still very strong, so a lot of opportunities here for that tank role to showcase itself. And I think, as you highlighted, the fact that it's going to be the Hammer stepping in for this first game is a very interesting look into how Converse University wants to approach the new style that we find ourselves in.
You're absolutely right. And honestly, for a day where you're not playing with your main tank, with the tank who is typically there, this is an ideal time to, right? Like you said, we're right out of a fresh patch. So meta hasn't been determined. Meta hasn't been solidified at this point. So we're likely going to see these teams swapping around a lot. I'm anticipating a lot of kind of counter picks coming out here today as we get going. Now, let's see here. I am actually having a couple of technical issues. LaFon, wanted to check in with you. Okay, we do have the gameplay up now. Taking a look at Ilios well at the moment, looking like our first stop here today.
Now when we get into the game itself, as we highlighted, a lot of opportunities to showcase different styles. Control being the starting map gives us an opportunity, I think, to kind of get a sense of where we're going for the entirety of the series, right? Very different play styles from map to or sub map to sub map, right? As we kind of highlight the 3 different points that are available, and yeah, definitely going to be intrigued as to what we're going to be treated to. Again, a bit of a learning opportunity for us, for the audience as well, because coming into a new patch, right, we're still looking for what is the strongest compositions to kind of make its way forward. Teams will now have had their first scrim blocks on this patch, not going via the old information that they were operating under, in weeks past. And so, yeah, definitely curious as to how this kind of evolves from now on.
It's been exciting, honestly, watching so much of the play that's been happening over the course of the last few days. And, of course, getting to play the game as well and just feeling what these changes are like here so far. Because, like you said, one of the big winners from this last patch was Wrecking Ball. That extra shields that he has is definitely proven to be pretty impactful in a lot of different scenarios. And even with this nerf to Ramatra's ultimate, I don't feel like that's really slowed him down any as being a very good pick for anybody who wants to roll Brawl so far. So the field really does feel wide open at this point in terms of what you want to play, what we're going to see, and honestly how the teams want to put their best foot forward, right? They've got a lot of opportunity to, I think, play around that, experiment with it a little as we get into these first couple of games.
Yeah, speaking of putting your best foot forward, though, we do have to highlight that for the University of Delaware Academy, this is their first season in the NECC. So a hearty welcome to them, of course, as they make their way into game. We are already underway here on University for Oasis, as it's going to be the Zarya versus the Wrecking Ball Converse in very up-tempo style.
And this is interesting too. Quick's actually in on the Wrecking Ball for Converse University. Both Hammer and Quick's actually occupy that flex role. So it'll be curious to see too how that manifests itself as we move forward. Nobody been picked yet. Both of these teams doing a great job of sustaining their team. I say that, and then, of course, the picks come in fast and furious. Converse University taking the first possession.
I mean, this is essentially GT Dive as it kind of is in the new age, right? A very, very aggressive setup, right? The Wrecking Ball going to be less of a sort of the primary engagement and more of a displacement to open up. I mean, especially Hammer, right? We can already see coming close to that Pulse Bomb. So with University of Delaware making a couple of switches, it's going to be the Cassidy showing in for Zunes off the Sojourn. They're needing to isolate an individual target because you're not killing Quicks.
Beautiful dash off the back of that slam from Wrecking Ball from Quicks. Hammer now taking an opportunity to see if they can find a target for their Pulse Bomb. Let's loose with it. It's going to be a whiff this time, but both DPS for University of Delaware taking quite a bit of damage here. And the minefield from Quicks does work overtime.
I mean, another thing to kind of highlight about this composition that Converse is running is it's not alt dependent, right? In a lot of Overwatch's history, we have expected big resources to be difference makers, though. With this composition specifically, it can turn on an instant because of how much burst damage is available to them. Some switches coming in yet again for the Delaware team, and it's not going to help them as they're already losing 2.
Yeah, with the blade coming out, Carter actually able to put a stop to it. So one pick either way, going to be a DPS down for both squads. The fight now moving to the point. We got the Kitsune rush out from Soli as well. Going to give a big boon to the University of Delaware. Those Hellfire shotguns from TBD man working overtime as well. But Orion and Still Kiwi doing a great job of sustaining their team throughout all of that damage. But still a little too much for Delaware, or rather Converse, so they give it up.
I mean, they do give up, but they took away a lot of ultimates from the Delaware team, and now they're right back into the thick of things.
Absolutely. And with Grappa going down, though. Hammer's going to have to work a little bit harder to see if they can equalize here. TVD, man, now looking at the flank, chasing down Lucy as well. They go down low, forced to back out just a little bit. But still holding on to the point.
Yeah, this is now going to be... I think this one you need to set up your DPS for success here. TVD, man, needs to get into the backline. Finding at least 2 players with this Death Blossom would basically end this fight in Delaware's favor. Gotta keep zooms up, though.
Ooh, and that is not going to be what happens for Delaware. TVD, man, now looking potentially for that opportunity with the Death Blossom. Going to let it rip. Nice boot coming in. Quick's able to finish them off at the last second. Gets a pile driver onto Sully as well. And with the Delaware falling apart, they're going to have to be content with about 55% on the board.
And I mean, critically, there is not going to be... the one thing here is you have to kind of find a way to win this fight fairly neutral, right? Using just one ultimate would be ideal. I don't think they're even going to get an opportunity. A big aggressive setup here with that minefield, and that's everyone from Converse finding the final blows.
Yeah, this is just clean up crew now for Converse University. Carter try to come back on the wrecking ball, see if they can stall things out, but this map is over. Converse University put up a great showing here, but University of Delaware absolutely had their moments, and for our first look here in NECC at them, I like what I've seen so far.
Definitely impressive, right? I think obviously this is a tough composition to kind of start off facing down, right? All that hypermobility from Converse University for a first round is going to favor them. The chaotic setup that they have means that any mistakes that they make are sort of mitigated by the fact that they can take so many aggressive fights, right? The setup is much more frequent, and University of Delaware does not have the luxury of playing slowly, right? Trying to mitigate those mistakes. So now that they've maybe had that round to warm up, as you know, perhaps not close, but at least closer than 100-0, there is a real opportunity for them to turn the second round on its head.
There certainly is. Already we see Converse taking control of the high ground. Carter tries to contest it for a moment, but forced off. A nice map control coming out from Converse University to start out as well. They've really kind of spread themselves out and looking to surround, which is exactly what you want to do with this wrecking ball composition. One DPS down now for Delaware. Carter looking a little worse for wear as well. Getting trying to drop back to their team, to the supports, make sure they can stay in mech, because well, the fight is lost at this point for Delaware. If they can stay in the mech, they can regroup quickly.
Gonna be a full reset though, and again, this really favors Converse once more. That high tempo style, not as dependent on ultimates as some of the set pieces that University of Delaware are running, right? So I mean, expectation here: have Quicks get into the back line, have your Tracer and Genji try and follow up, and an early pickoff can quite easily snowball into more.
And there is an early pickoff right away. Zoom's taken out. Hammer goes down low, but forced the recall out, so they're going to be all right. It's going to be TVD, man, who falls next. Grappa, the deliverer of that final blow. Kitsune Rush coming out now. Sully's going to see if they can maybe turn this around in their favor. Carter doing a good job of chasing down Grappa. Sully finishes them off, but the minefield is still doing a little bit more for Converse.
Yeah, tragically, that's a big ultimate that's not available now for Delaware. They continue to make a different selection, or selections on their roles, on their characters, and that just ends up wasting their own time and resources. Again, their composition more dependent on those set pieces, on those ultimates, and without them in play, you're looking at a very awkward engagement. I mean, now the setup comes for the blade, and you don't have a defensive utility to block against it.
No, Steph still doesn't quite have that Sandberry online. It is here now, but it's almost too little too late. There's already been 2 picks. So at this point, the fight is lost, and now they're not going to have that crucial resource for the upcoming and potentially final fight on this map.
No, this is going to be the final fight. The one
wow.
grace, I suppose, is that pride comes before a fall indeed. The hyper-aggression from Converse. Nowhere to escape from that Deadeye. I don't know that it's enough to actually win this fight out, especially as Quicks doesn't go down there. Adaptive shield well timed to keep them in the fight.
Yeah, they really needed that pick on the wrecking ball there. They have started to turn the point over into their favor, but now Quicks is able to get back in. They weren't able to get quite healed back up to full. Blade in from Graphic, gets hooked, somehow able to survive, but nobody touches the point in time, and Converse will take our first map.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an unfortunate situation there for University of Delaware, right? The play of the game coming in here for the Wrecking Ball. I mean, of course, and to kind of build on what I was highlighting earlier in terms of the chaotic nature of this composition, right, is, again, we didn't see too many, there were absolutely mistakes being made by Converse. I don't think they played flawlessly, as evidenced by the fact that they lost about 50% of that first round. However, what it comes down to in sort of the grand scheme of dealing with this composition is that even when they make mistakes, right, that Tracer and the Genji being caught up by the Deadeye, there is so much mobility, there's so much ability to stall and buy time, via the pile driver, just taking damage, then fading back a layer, retreating a little bit before returning to the fight, that functionally there was no way that Delaware was able to really turn any of their advantages into a fight win.
It was very oppressive, and that's a word that I think really kind of captures how this wrecking ball composition can function, especially when it's being played to such a high level and with such effectiveness as we're seeing from Converse. So it's that saying, right? Everybody's got a plan until they get hit in the face, I think, is something like that. And that's a lot of what this feels like as well. That Delaware, they're trying to execute some of these plans, but because of the disruption and just the fast pace from Converse, they're not really able to even get to step one in what they want to try and do.
Yeah, and now, of course, is the conclusion of that statement. Can we get to a point where that gets resolved? We are moving obviously away from Control, so that plays a little bit into it, right? Control, very scrappy, very mobile compositions, favored on that map type, right? A lot of the time, getting into and out of fights very quickly. We're moving obviously to a more objective-based style in our upcoming, or at least two of our upcoming maps, and with Escort, with Hybrid, you're forced to apply, pressure on the objective to move forward, which favors a little bit of a slower style. So now the question is, with the map type favoring slowing the game down a bit, can you disrupt the Wrecking Ball? That's where University of Delaware has to find success, and they need to find it quickly, because as soon as you move to push, right, then we flip the paradigm back on its head, where it's back to that same style that Control is known for, and it slips away from you. Now you have to get to that point first, but at least the upcoming game modes play to your strengths, or at least mitigate some of the weaknesses we saw on map number 1 a bit.
Indeed they do, and part of this as well is Converse might opt for a different kind of look, depending on, of course, the sub-map the map, specific map we go to, but like you said, on these maps, having a little bit more presence on the objective definitely going to be more beneficial. So they could as well opt to go to something like the Ramattra, like the Orisa, even the Reinhardt, who is definitely coming back in a big way. The buff to the Fire Strike, the buff to the time that the players are laying on the ground, that's both allowed him to regain some of the prominence that he had in Overwatch 1. So as we move here, Converse, the look that we saw in the Wrecking Ball, fantastic, but it's and with a team as good as Converse as well, certainly not the only thing we're going to see out of them. So if they, and actually in addition to that, if they do come out on the Wrecking Ball and they're starting to struggle, they could put Converse, Delaware could be able to put Converse on a composition that maybe they feel a little bit more comfortable running into.
Yeah, that's certainly, I think, part of the thrust of the argument here for University of Delaware, and easier said than done, make no mistake about it, because as we've kind of, I think, at the early days yet, but some of the trends I've been noticing, at least in the collegiate level, is that Wrecking Ball, when it's such an oppressive force, becomes a little bit more difficult to deal with, yes, but also the way in which you deal with it is so different than how you kind of counter other compositions, that especially when a team has a very strong Wrecking Ball player, you can kind of force the game to operate in a dimension that you want it to. And I think that's here where the biggest struggle for University of Delaware is going to stem from.
And Another point to add on to that as well is or rather an observation is that we saw Quicks on the Wrecking Ball, right? And that could have just been because, you know, maybe Garchomp is around, maybe they can play. Maybe it's just that Quicks has such a strong Wrecking Ball that they want to lean into that advantage. On the other side, right? And that I think means if they've got Quicks on the Wrecking Ball, they might not be as comfortable moving over to some of the other tanks that we typically see. So is there going to be that flex potential from Quicks or whoever they have running out on tank this time from Converse? We will be headed to Circuit Royale next, so of course poke compositions almost immediately come to mind, LaFond.
Yeah, the double sniper obviously historically strong on this map. Even, you know, if we think back to the heights of like the Junker Queen meta, if you think back to like places where Sojourn and Genji, you know, sort of as a duo were brought to the forefront. Even on that, you know, that meta, we saw a lot of snipers on Circuit Royale. Now, in recent memory, there has been more opportunities to flex away from those poke compositions. Teams like to run, you know, the hyper dive with, you know, double aerial threats, for example, a lot of Genji, but I think this is now Circuit Royale sort of evolving in real time, as many of the new maps that we have often do. And I'm curious now to see if that evolution continues, if we're going to go back to sort of that poke composition, or if teams will elect to, you know, just play a hyper mobile and sort of aggress on any immobile character, relatively speaking, right? Like a Tracer compared to a Widow. You're looking at perhaps a Tracer getting to the back line and finding a pick off there.
Another thing too, to kind of piggyback off this idea of, you know, of the hyperdive, is there's so many different flavors of it, right? You can run out with a Winston, you can run out with a Diva, even if you really want to have some of that sustain on point, right? So these are absolutely options that we could see coming into play here for Converse. You know, maybe the ball doesn't work, maybe they need a little bit more point pressure. Sure, throw out the Diva, see if maybe she can be a little bit more survivable.
Converse University look to be on the defense first. No surprise there. Well, I suppose one surprise. Quicks now moves over to the damage roll as Hammer takes their place back. And I mean, Converse University, not really surprised that comes in, right? Quicks, the Wrecking Ball, I think primarily in his tank hero pool. So Hammer gets back to the forefront.
Yeah, this will definitely be interesting to see. Both teams seem to have agreed that poke is the way to go here, at least initially on Circuit Royale. And I like this aggressive turret just to get a little extra ult charge here from Quicks right at the beginning. We're seeing also a recent influx in Baptiste, and curious to see the Zenyatta as well. So much damage coming in. The field really looks so much different than it did beforehand.
Zen, minute buff or minor buff coming in this patch, right? Has 5 extra bullets. That is actually 1 extra full charge alternate fire. And the 5 orb, a huge part of Zenyatta's kit, especially this poke composition. Delaware, though, putting a ton of pressure down. Converse have backed up fully here.
Yeah, they have. It has been a pick on each side, so one sniper down for both squads. So that means this fight is going to get a little bit more close range. We're going to see it transition to something a little bit more brawly here. Immortality Field has to be used by Still Kiwi to keep their team alive. I believe Sully used theirs as well. And speaking of the Baptiste, Sully already has their amplification matrix online, right? We do see, though, Delaware backing off, or at least just maintaining this high ground for the moment as they get that amplification matrix up and underway. Still no picks as Converse just elects to kind of back off, but Still Kiwi turns that right around with an opening one onto the tank, which should shut down this push almost completely for Delaware.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rice Viz got caught looking for Quicks on the off angle and ended up in a crossfire between the entirety of the rest of Converse's team, and no one in Delaware could really back them up. So it's going to be a reset coming in from Delaware, and tragically not able to build too much in terms of ultimates off that amp matrix, meaning Converse University going to have full control of this early part of this second fight.
And with just simply that amplification matrix coming out from Still Kiwi, they can stall out this time quite a bit, right? Just plop it down right here at choke and keep everyone at bay. Zoon's going down means there's no more long-range threat. We see the swap over to the Ashe now. Immortality Field out once again as Hammer tries to get a kill with the Gravitic Flux. Doesn't find one, but the cleanup will be there in the end from Quicks.
Now this is where disaster territory starts to kind of step its way forward here for Delaware, because it's been one ult rotation. It really has been one ultimate used to stall the entirety of this map out, right? Just the Gravitic Flux. And despite Delaware having the early pressure forcing Converse all the way back, they haven't actually won a fight. Now, outside the spawn, Delaware walk into an Ant Matrix.
Transcendent's going to be right on cue from Orion, keeping Converse University up and standing. Steph forced to use theirs as well. TBD man trying to get some work done. Cut short by Grappa, but there is a pick on the other side. Beautiful Dragon Strike, though, in conjunction with the Molten Core. Going to clean things up, but there's no ultimates left for them.
Only problem is 50 seconds left for Delaware to make any headway, and with that delayed elimination onto RiceViz, it's going to send them back quite heftily with RiceViz making a switch. I mean, it's only the Matrix available, right? The Ant Matrix available for University of Delaware, so it's not as if they're in a significantly better position resource-wise, and Converse still has control of this corner.
Zoons is going to have to work overtime, I think, to get this Bob online, because while the amplification matrix is great, Bob really gets into kind of a win condition here. Immortality Field once again already used, as is the shield from RiceViz. So outside of this amplification matrix, not really a whole lot they can do to push forward. And in the meantime, TVD man goes down. 10 seconds left to go here on this initial push. Grappa finds RiceViz as well. Zoons, unfortunately, not anywhere close to getting the Bob online, and with that, Converse University has a stellar hold.
And are now essentially half a point away from match point, as they only have to complete, half of the objective to take this map away. I mean, credit to Converse for delaying until they got a defensive position where they could set up a crossfire and enable the Torbjorn, right? One of the big issues with that Widow, with that main sight line, especially when you don't have the Widow, is you can't really put pressure onto the Sigma via both shield break and the threat that if you try and use shield management, that when the shield is down, the Widow is that much more of a threat. With the Torbjorn, in that defensive position, you can't really push, anyone specifically. And on top of that, anytime you try and get into an area, where you can set your snipers up for success, the damage crossfire is just too great. And, then at that point, you're stuck in sort of a mystery hero situation where you're not quite sure what you want to change to. And University of Delaware end up wasting their own time more than anything as Converse get that hold.
I like that you brought up the compositional change as well, because I would have liked to have seen that happen a little bit sooner from Delaware. I liked the swap over to the Winston to see if maybe a different tactic could give them a little bit more success, but it felt to me like it was a little too little too late in this situation. But both teams, once again, opted for the poke. Grappa, this time on the attack, over to the Pharah as well. So, Zoons, that's going to be their primary target as we get things underway here on this push.
Grappa does not, in fact, get the heal that we're looking for. I don't think it matters, though, because there's no one who really contest. You only need 1 HP to actually be a threat.
Yeah, that's fair. I hadn't really thought of it that way, but you are absolutely right. Cart getting very close to completion here already. This is going to have to be a big hold coming in, but Grappa already has a pick down for Converse, and RiceViz goes down low, but fortunately gets a lot of charge onto their shields, able to sustain a little bit longer. No DPS now for Delaware. TBD man trying to make their way back as quick as they can. Hammer able to get another pick, and with that, Converse makes it a quick 2-0, putting themselves on match point.
Indeed, they do. So, University of Delaware have their work cut out for them, as they'll need to reverse sweep. We get a preview as to what the next map is going to have for the tank roll, as they look like they're going to be switching once more. I'm glad this
Indeed.
final blow was not with the. I'm glad that was not with the hammer, right? We get the
They were
just a
working
good,
for it.
honorable support. Get the final blow there with the weapon. I mean, yeah, tough map for Delaware. The changes they made just a little too haphazard, a little too late, not able to close things out. And Converse, they get the full hold that allows them to puts them at match point rather. So. Yeah, definitely some big things need to be done here for University of Delaware to try and make a comeback in this series.
We are going to have to wait and see how they are going to do that, because we're going to throw it to a short break, but don't go anywhere. We will be back soon with the rest of this series between University of Delaware and Converse University. We are back and headed into game number 3 of this best of 5. We're going to be headed to a hybrid map next. If you have been paying close attention to the rules, you will notice that we made a slight mistake, sent ourselves to escort second instead of third, but we're going to redo it. We're going to go back to hybrid now and see what Delaware decides to go to.
Yeah, definitely an interesting look overall here. I mean, heading to Circuit Rail allowed us to see the the different style of gameplay from Converse, and as we've noted, they are in that match point position, only one map away from closing this one out. A 3-0 for them would be a great start to the season. University of Delaware, moments of brilliance, sure, but overall have a lot more work to do, I think, to catch up or to perform to the level that Converse has brought to this game specifically. So definitely an interesting look to see what we're going to get in map number 3.
Indeed it is, and especially with kind of the little bit of rock paper scissors we're playing with the tanks on the side of Converse as well. You know, seeing both Hammer and Quicks kind of hold down those roles. And at the end of last match, we did get a note that they wanted to have Quicks and Hammer swapped again. So I'm anticipating we're going to see a return to the Wrecking Ball here.
Yeah, we get into the hybrid map type now. So I mean, depending on which map it is, waiting on confirmation for that one, but the Wrecking Ball has allowed Converse, at least on map 1, to play a hyper chaotic style that really didn't feel like Delaware knew what exactly to use to have as a rebuttal, right? There was a lot of chaos, a lot of movement, not a lot of ability to shut down individual targets, and I think that's where Converse found their most success. So despite it being a 2-0, getting back to a Wrecking Ball composition would arguably make them able to close out this series in defiant, or sorry, as a definition for this team.
One thing I think that Delaware could consider as well is maybe trying to match the Wrecking Ball. Of course, that's it depends on whether or not you've got a player, you've got a tank who is going to be comfortable with the Wrecking Ball, but it's certainly an option that I think they should consider. And we will be headed to Midtown next.
University of Delaware will be attacking once more. We could perhaps gain some progress on the objective. At least for the moment, it does look like Converse is going for the Wrecking Ball here. Very much a hit and run style of gameplay, in the sense that you send your Wrecking Ball in for a little bit of disruption and distraction and also damage, right? There's a lot more lethality on Wrecking Ball this patch, and then have them follow up, especially the Sombra, right, with the hack. Getting a hack onto a target and then hitting them with a pile driver can basically instantly eliminate a target. And I mean, if you look at a squishy player like the Lucio, for example, who's arguably the most vulnerable target in this composition that University of Delaware are hovering on, I mean, eradicating them in the instance of the fight would allow the rest of Converse to kind of follow through. I mean, it's a near mirror. The only difference, obviously, Rice Vis and the Winston versus the Wrecking Ball, but at this moment, the Wrecking Ball a lot better in that mid-to-mid, skirmish engagement.
University of Delaware wasting no time getting to a point of a very aggressive push coming out from them. Almost have one tick on the board. Quick's going in to see if they can stall things out just a little bit. Hack goes out onto them. Carter unable to get a whole lot. Now Hammer and Grappa forced out just a little bit. Very low health. Orion falling low as well. Quicks once again hacked. Hammer trying to find a target, see if they can get a pick on board. But in the meantime, Delaware has actually gotten one pick already. Still Kiwi going to get that first elimination. But this has already been a fantastic showing from University of Delaware, and in fact, TVD Man continuing to find success. This point could be flipping over relatively quickly to Delaware.
Yeah, with no trace of the burst damage for Converse simply isn't there, and with no support either, with Orion having been taken out, there's just no damage throughput. Sorry, there's no healing throughput to couple with it, and University of Delaware basically outlast their opposition. Just better target selection from University of Delaware and Converse. Basically invisible in that fight. We'll have to reset and look for a second point hold here.
Fortunately for them, this being such a hyper mobile composition, they're going to be able to do that relatively quickly. We already see a pretty forward position, though, gained from Delaware, so they're aware of this as well. Both tanks diving in now, so it's going to be up to whichever team can kind of execute on this engagement a little bit better. Sully with the Coalescence trying to deal in as much healing and as damage as they can. Unable to necessarily get the pick that they wanted, and now Orion coming back in with the help of Hammer, able to get a couple picks, and that should be Converse University stabilizing.
Yeah, the delayed Coalescence there meant that there was better sustain, better healing on Converse's side, or at least more delayed, meaning he came in second. The other thing too is Converse have made a switch. They no longer have the Sombra. Graphic going over to the Reaper means that RiceFizz has to play a little bit more passively to be, careful around the burst damage in close. Even with that hack not in place. So, look at Delaware perhaps to try and set up an EMP and have a dive selection after that, but a lot harder to execute on the high ground.
It certainly will be, and there comes the EMP. Hits 3 players. Death Blossom in from Grappa, though, shutting things down, turns the tides almost immediately, and gives Converse University another hold.
Critically, it also denies the value of the Primal Rage. It is 2 ultimates used by Converse, but, it's traded in kind, and like for like here, I think favors the defense as well.
Oh, wow.
This is an awkward fight for the Tracer. We'll get the Translocators. The Sombra's dead.
Oh, wow.
Just a delay is on University of Delaware's side. Giving up the dive composition now as they go to the Orisa, and can't afford to lose any players. You cannot afford to be staggered out at all at University of Delaware here.
Especially considering their DPS got back to the fight, got back to the equation a little bit later, too. Sully gonna go ahead and start things off here with the Coalescence, see if they can get a little bit of progress made, but a Minefield gonna stop them, split the team quite effectively as well. Sully does get the pick onto Grappa in the end, now chasing down Kiwi as well. If they get that pick, this push should be handily in favor of University of Delaware.
Now the question is, can you convert this into a point capture? It's still 2-4. The fight's not really over, is it? Right?
Wow.
With how quickly Converse University respawns and moves, they're right back in the thick of things.
They are, and with Orion now once again using that Coalescence second, able to push back in, take control of the cart. No picks coming in yet, but then Grappa had something to say.
And this is going to be the actual fight win here for Converse University. Those hit and run tactics I talked to the start of this map continue to make their presence known, right? Converse, if required, are willing to retreat, give up some space, and turn the fight on a head when University of Delaware is least expecting it. This next fight is going to be the most critical one for University of Delaware. This is a must-win for them. The EMP is going to be available to have the Death Blossom as well. They need to turn this into a fight win, because if they don't, they're going to be looking at 40 seconds on the clock and no ultimates to try and turn the second point in their favor.
Still, Kiwi also has the sound barrier ready to go. Grappa able to take out RiceFizz is a big problem. EMP comes in, catches 4. They're going to need to turn this around as quick as they can. And a pick on to Still Kiwi is going to go a long way in doing just that. No sound barrier going to be there for them, but if Converse University can sustain themselves, if they can back up quickly enough, they can turn this around. And in fact, they do just that with a pair of picks.
This is disaster territory for University of Delaware. That one combo was going to be an absolute requirement for them, I think, to close this one out. They do have the Death Blossom, they do have the Terror Surge, but who are you really locking down, right? This is a hyper-mobile team. You're not expecting anyone to really be punished for that. Even with Quicks being eliminated, I don't see this being a fight win on the outset from University of Delaware.
Grappa goes in with another Death Blossom, this time finds Steph again, moments before they were going to be able to get that sound barrier online. Speaking of sound barrier, Still Kiwi is there with theirs to keep everyone sustained through that Terror Surge, but now TBD Man will be free to go in with the Death Blossom, but there's only going to be 30 seconds left, and this fight, while Delaware is trying to disengage, is not over, and they're getting staggered.
30 seconds left, and you can't even get into the thick of things. Another switch. RiceFizz goes over to the Wrecking Ball in panic. Carter is being scouted for here. Yeah, you got the detection. The Tracer knows where you are, forced to translocate away. And, you're not going to be able to touch the objective. Carter, I think, a little bit of an island right now. And then scouted once more.
Could be a pair of trades. Sombra versus the Reaper. Here comes a Coalescence now from Sully. TVD man tries to find something with the Death Blossom, but there's no one anywhere close enough to get a kill. But Sully does eventually find Hammer, who had a Pulse Bomb. That could have certainly shut down something here. Orion going down very low as well, unable to back away. Now Delaware on the brink of capturing second. Regardless, they've moved the card significantly forward on this push. Still, Kiwi goes down again. Here comes Quixta with the Death Blossom. Catches one player. Barely touches the point in the nick of time. Sully is able to get another pick. Pulse Bomb goes out. Not going to find anything. Quick still doing a lot of work as Carter goes down. Both Wrecking Balls now just trying desperately to hang on to the point with all the life that they have. The moment, though, it does look like Rise is a little bit more sustainable, a little bit more health. Sully going down, though, might spell the end of things here for University of Delaware. Not hardly anybody left, and that will be where the cart stops.
Yeah, the issue there for University of Delaware is that Converse pay attention to the details, right? Hammer scouts out the Sombra, so you don't have the setup that you really require. Having an EMP in that fight at the start of it would have likely been able to turn that one on, you know, in Delaware's favor, but unfortunately it was delayed. It doesn't capture nearly as many, and there's just no follow through because players had been taken down before, before that kind of goes through. So Converse University, recognizing the path that Delaware wanted to take to get to the objective to contest overtime and shutting those down allows the closer respawns in the end to pay off, and they'll get the hold on second.
This is the best look that we have seen from University of Delaware today. I like the adjustments that they made coming into the first point. They were completely in control of that initial fight. They had Converse on their heels the entire time, and despite Converse, yes, winning the by far the lion's share of the fights here, Delaware did an excellent job of progressing the cart. They almost got it to third. So there is absolutely a win condition here for University of Delaware. It is attainable, but they're just going to have to show us the same kind of success that we saw on their push, this time on defense.
This first fight's going to be critical for them, right? Because this is where University of Delaware succeeded on their last half, right? We're able to take that first fight essentially uncontested, and with the Torbjorn, you have a little bit of sustainability. You have a little bit more poke on the crossfire, so the flanking DPS shouldn't have nearly as much free reign. And even with that said, Graph already takes TVD man out.
Yeah, Grapha is going to be traded, though, but up a little bit more than can chew. Hammer's forced, recalls forced out. Orion has to back away as well. So despite that early pick coming in favor of Converse, Delaware will hold on, but the respawns are going to be there quicker for Converse.
The tag team's not enough. They actually don't get still Kiwi even with that hack. Now Delaware are in a very awkward setup.
Yeah, they're caught in a very awkward place indeed. Sully goes down as a result of that. Steven Man trying to get something on point here, but Hammer poking everybody out exceptionally well. Taking that step to about half. Still Kiwi able to finish them off. One tick on the board, and that will be the first point going for Converse.
It's not quite first fight win, but it's close enough that I don't know that it matters in the grand scheme of things. Another switch to try and play a little bit more slowly here from University of Delaware. We see the Orisa come in. Definitely more sustained here. You're not likely to burst apart if the Reaper and the Wrecking Ball focus you down. Now, I mean, the win conditions are in a really tough position here for it.
Despite the Molten Core going out as well from TVD, man, Converse University just going to make quick work of Delaware, and now they don't have that ultimate for the next fight either. They're just going to be looking at the support ultimates and potentially the EMP.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing with that Orisa. Does the Orisa provide enough of a threat in this patch to, hold the entirety of Converse at bay? And in that last fight, no, it didn't, right? They kind of just ignored Riceviz and took down the back line. We'll see if that kind of makes a secondary appearance, but I mean, they've successfully split the team up. University of Delaware supports are nowhere near the front line.
Yeah, that minefield was absolutely spectacular. There was no way for Riceviz to back off, get in any kind of a place where their team could heal them, and that was a very cheap fight win as well for Converse.
Yeah, I mean, the EMP setup is going to be the last hurrah, and even with that being done, right, do you have 4 minutes of a hold left?
Here comes the EMP. They're going to only catch Orion at that. Still Kiwi able to get the sound barrier off. This is the do or die moment for University of Delaware. And with TBD man down, both support ultimates come out. There's a Terror Surge just about to get online here. Carter very low as well. Grappa with the Death Blossom tries to get these finishing blows. Instead, it is going to be Reismas using that Terror Surge just to sustain, just to stay alive. But in the meantime, Quicks has found Carter. Now their biggest threat is out of the equation as well. Orion going to clean things up with the Coalescence, and Converse University will take a 3-0 victory over University of Delaware.
What an opening day for Converse University. They'll start off with a win here in the Legends Division. Quicks comes back onto the Wrecking Ball, comes back into the highlight for this game. And, I mean, a tremendous performance across the board from Converse University, right? They weren't, again, that hyper mobile composition just didn't have a ton of solutions for Delaware to kind of build around. And I think one of the things too is that who are you punishing on that roster? Who is like really the target to go after? They're so mobile, right? They've got a lot of the characters have either a lot of burst damage or, you know, getting away from the thick of things, you know, entirely disengaging. Think of the Moira's, you know, the Fade, she gets completely out of the fight, and your composition doesn't have a lot of tools to hold on to the objective and force the other team to come to you. So Converse, they make the most of just their compositional advantage and never really allow you know, University of Delaware to be in this match, and a well-earned 3-0 victory.
Certainly was. Nothing, though, I think, unusual from Converse. A very strong team was last season, and looks like they're making quite the entrance into the spring semester here at NECC. We're going to throw it to a break, but don't go anywhere. There is more Overwatch coming your way very shortly. See you all soon. We are back. It is time for more Watch 2 action here in the spring season of 2023 here at NECC. My name, Warren Jungle God Hammond on the mic once again with LaFon. Are you ready for our next matchup?
Indeed, indeed, and I mean an exciting one as well as we get set to our second game of the night. University of Ottawa, actually pretty close to where I am, interestingly enough, and of course taking on Ohio State Scarlet. So the battle of the deep red teams, I suppose, here in this particular one, as we get set to kind of go through. Starting off in control as always. Let's take a look at the teams, though, before we begin and sort of the rosters in that regard. Starting, of course, with the University of Ottawa Esports. And, I mean, again, in this Legends division, I'm expecting some pretty high-level gameplay.
As am I. And one thing, too, about these two teams is they both have a lot of flexibility in their roster. Each of these teams, I think, has 8 members on their team. So Ottawa Garnet going to start out with Nut Goblin, Ice Volcano, Gurgs, Norman, and Supreme. And, piggybacking off what I just said, too, each of the roles for this team in particular has redundancy. Right, so they can swap anybody out in any of these roles if they feel like there's going to be a better fit, given the matchup they've had so far against Ohio State or the map.
Yeah, exactly. And getting into it, right, first week, actually, for us as well here at the NECC, first games, in fact. So a lot of expectations need to be set and met before we get into the later stages of the season, right? So, yeah, to that point, I think we're also going to see, perhaps not day one necessarily, but the growth throughout the season is going to be a big part of this. And, yeah, definitely the expectations here are, there aren't really any set right now because of the fact that it's day one for us, and so really I think that there isn't much pressure for either team coming into this.
That's true. This is and again, we talked about it before, but given the fact that we're hot off a fresh new patch, right? So there's going to be a lot of experimentation. There's going to be a lot of poking and prodding in a way, and the team's figuring out exactly how they want to move forward. But let's take a quick pick at Ohio State. Gonna be starting out with Eski, Lava, Nami, Performance, and Farthy. Once again, this team a lot of variability, a lot of room to swap people in and out, a lot of redundancy. In this case, though, Lava, the only one who typically plays tank primarily. Sockdology, who is not a part of this opening lineup, gonna be the flex player across all 3 roles. So, definitely still a little bit of redundancy, a little bit of variability, but more so they've got one player who can just slot into any space and do everything, anything that comes to mind, anything that the team needs.
Indeed. As we get started for map 1, of course, of our, first of 3, it will be Oasis as our opening map. And I mean, taking notes from our previous game, we saw a lot of, mobility compositions come into play. The most success, in fact, found on those Wrecking Ball looks. And, we haven't really found our biggest winners from this patch, right? We have, our sample size is pretty small, right? Here at the NECC, having been just 1 game on this stream. Yeah, no, I'm definitely interested to see how these 2 Legend squads end up reading, sort of the map geometry, or sort of the meta composition to kind of take forth. And if it's, if there is a singular meta composition, or if it does play into, stylistic preference more than anything.
That's true, and I anticipate these teams, they're going to run out with the stylistic preference, at least to start, and then kind of take stock of things, see if they need to make any changes. Going to Oasis University first means that we're likely going to see a lot of Brawl coming out here, and that's being reflected at least a little bit, at least somewhat, in the picks that we are seeing at the moment. Lava is going to be on the Ramatra, so starting out with a definitely more brawly look for Ohio State, whereas Knuckling is at least on the Wrecking Ball. The rest of the composition doesn't necessarily scream that hyperdrive that we saw before, but certainly aspects of it.
This is, of course, going to be the indoor map of University for our opening phase, so a lot of close quarters available, and indeed, it looks like that is going to be The thrust of the compositions at play. Going to be the Orisa versus Ramatra, and Ohio State Scarlet definitely have the advantage should you get in close, but certainly easier said than done as Ottawa Garnet takes this mini health pack control.
Ottawa just kind of cutting away from the damage at the moment, letting a little bit of time expire so they can get back some of their cooldowns. Nut Goblin just taking a bit of damage there, not necessarily too quick to get out of that damage, just helping Supreme and Ice Volcano build towards their ultimates. Both Kirikos at this point kind of matching each other in terms of ult percentage, and doing so very, very quickly. Lava going down relatively low, though, forced to back off just a bit. Supreme try to get in a little bit of poke damage, while Nut Goblin once again just kind of keeps point at bay. A lot of damage comes in. Supreme forced to use the Suzu to make sure their team stays alive, but it's not going to be enough to save Nut Goblin, and with that, Ohio State takes first control of the point.
The big thing about this composition of the Ramatra is that the win condition, or sorry, the window of sort of engagement is the Nemesis cooldown, right? That is the biggest sort of utility you have as a tank, and while Ottawa Garnet was able to force it out early, they weren't able to capitalize on the cooldown being used, and so Ohio State Scarlet were able to turn around the fight in their favor.
Tsune Rush coming out from both squads. This time it is going to be Ohio State Scarlet getting the lion's share of the kills, but Ice Volcano with a huge environmental kill. This means that Ottawa can actually push back in. It's looking even, 3 members from each side. Now it's going to be Nami taking a lot of damage, forced to back away and give up control, or at least some percentage towards control, to University of Ottawa Garnet.
Straight up, that fight was won entirely by the Lucio, and this next one opens up with the elimination of the main support, and Nami out. Means Ohio State has to play this really slowly. They don't have the HP to really contest this.
Performance almost gets a little bit of work done there, finding a lot of damage through that overclock, but never enough to really get a pick. So reset happens. Ohio State has to try it one more time, but this time they've got a few ults at their disposal.
They do. I mean, you'd expect the Annihilation to kind of be the opening gambit, right? It's kind of the biggest tool you have available to you. And Lava taking so much damage on the entry. It's a good rotation, though. Nemesis brought forward. Expect the Annihilation right after it wears out.
Rail shots coming in from above. There's the sound barrier from Ice Volcano. It's going to make Lava think twice about using that Annihilation. Does come in eventually. Nut Goblin with the sustain, with the Terra Surge to try and stay alive right there. Sustained through that Annihilation. Eventually does go down, but big push out onto the point, starting with that pick onto Norman, is going to give Ohio State the point once again.
It's actually relatively calm, or measured, I suppose, response by Ohio State Scarlet. They don't over panic once the Annihilation gets nullified with the Terror Surge. They actually just kind of bide their time and don't spend, which means they'll be able to mirror this Kitsune Rush as Ottawa Garnet has switched over to a Ramatra of their own.
Supreme lets loose with their first Nami response moments later in kind. Deadeye from the flank. Gonna cut Ohio State practically in half. Performance does get a consolation prize and a pick onto Nut Goblin, but point flops back into Ottawa's possession.
That consolation kill actually is going to end up being a big difference maker because it opens up this overclock here, and there's no defensive utility to stop it.
Just as quick as Ottawa gets the point, they are losing control of it once again. Excellent play coming out there from Performance.
Yeah, that's an overcommit by Ottawa Garnet, not respecting the lethality of the composition that Ohio State is bringing to the table. And, I mean, they lose presence on the objective that they didn't need to. Now, I mean, last fight, Territory, Ottawa Scarlet doesn't have anything to really take control of this objective.
Last fight territory here for Ottawa. They have to come away with a fight win here, and a great way to start it off is with a pick onto Eski. 95% and counting. Lava gonna fall shortly thereafter. As long as Garnet plays their cards right, they will be able to take control of this point and stave off defeat for at least a little while.
Still, this is not great because they haven't turned the fight back in their favor, and this is just progress that is not being earned to their own ability to close it out. And with that elimination to Nut Goblin, I mean, Ohio State Scarlet can walk back in, and Performance nearly another overclock. The last one was so big at winning out the fight for them.
Beautiful sound barrier coming in from Ice Volcano, allowing Garnet to just push onto a point with impunity. Norman striking with the Death Blossom right after everybody was grouped up and cleared because of the Deadeye from Gurgs. This is now last fight territory for both squads. Farthy coming in with a big pair of picks. They've got the Death Blossom, but they're taken out. Now it's going to be dueling annihilations, but Ottawa Garnet able to turn this around. Nami not there anymore, and Ottawa, in the end, will take the first sub-map.
Very, very scrappy opening round, though, from both our squads. I think there is absolutely elements of risk being taken by both teams that perhaps if reduced would not actually make them less capable of winning the map, would actually elevate their win percentage opportunities. So very, very curious as to if those extremely bold plays get dialed back here in the second round, because that was a very, very close opening gambit.
It really was. Both teams played extremely well. I think recognizing a lot of the opportunities that presented themselves. We've got a much different look coming out now from both of these squads. This is, since we are here on City Center, they're recognizing the map geometry, the layout of things. They are going for the full-on dive. Big difference, though, going to be Nut Goblin on the Wrecking Ball and Lava with the Scientist, with Winston in tow. This high ground being hotly contested at the moment, but Tracer, Farthy already on the point, seeing if they can gain a little bit of map control that way instead. Nut Goblin has dropped down. Now taking a look at that backline, Suzu's got to come through, ensuring Nut Goblin doesn't get any of that juicy ult charge. Forced to back out, almost cost them their life, and in fact still may, as they are not letting up. Because of that chase, because of that overcommitment from Nut Goblin, Ohio State will take first control.
Yeah, you need to have a little bit more of the roll through from the Wrecking Ball needs to have more disruption on it. We actually didn't see the Fireball placed the Fireball mode be applied to the Wrecking Ball on that engagement, so there was no damage for Norman to kind of follow up on. And I mean, Ohio State in the neutral, meaning when they're not actually using any abilities, just have more damage throughput than what you Ottawa Garnet brings to the table.
Goblin once again taking quite a bit of damage. Ohio State has done a great job, I think, of focusing them down, making sure that they're not getting a lot of value. But in the meantime, Gerg's opening things up for Ottawa. Ohio State gonna try and stall this out as long as they can. Lava on the point now with that big health pull, with that shield as well. Point does eventually flip over, but and in fact, Lava does go down too. So this is looking pretty good for Garnet at the moment. Performance trying to get a little bit of work done, though, with that overclock, finding a couple of kills. And as it flipped, it is looking to go the other way once again.
Very much a seesaw in this respect. And Ottawa Garnet not respecting the lethality of some of the characters that Ohio State Scarlet has at their beck and call, and sometimes overstepping their bounds just a little bit. We saw that in the first round, and yeah, again, shows up. Gerg steps too far forward, and the railgun gonna continue to put pressure.
Yeah, Performance has really had just about free reign here so far today. That's almost been really the difference maker in a lot of these cases. An excellent duel there from Farthy. Norman just caught completely unaware. And right now, Scarlet is looking good with 4 ultimates, though Ottawa Garnet not too far behind. Gergs is going to get theirs.
Yeah, execution is going to be of importance here. Can't overspend. And you're looking at perhaps Farley to just kind of close things out.
And here we go, every support ultimate on the board in play at the moment. Death Blossom from Gerg's going to be booped away. Excellent play there from Ohio State. So not going to find any value from that, but Nut Goblin does eventually get a pick. Pulse Bomb going to be a whiff this time from Farthy. Norman still holding on to theirs, desperately trying to find a way to both stay alive and get some of this damage in. Ohio State looking primed to take this sub-map, though, as a pick on the Nut Goblin means things are going to get a lot harder. But big strike back there from Norman, chunking down a lot of lava cells. It's not going to be enough, though, but here comes Performance once again with the rail shots. They've got the overclock, too, and in fact, they're going to be able to come back in, secure this point, and even this at 1 sub-map apiece.
Compositionally, I think Ohio State recognized where their win condition lay. Didn't overcommit in this round nearly as much as did in the first one. Perhaps some first map nerves coming, under their control here as they move into the third point. And even with Ottawa Garnet switching over to the Winston, they didn't have, it was a little too late. They didn't have time to actually execute on an engagement, get into the backline, lay down a bubble, block off healing, isolate a target, and take them out. And Ohio State Scarlet, snowball their early advantage into a round win. We'll see if they can convert that momentum here as we head into Garden for our third and final sub-map of Oasis.
Both of these teams opting to, again, stick with this more dive-based composition, or at least dive-based tank. Ohio State Scarlet, with a little bit of a brawly look, considering they've got Farthy in tow. Both teams now meeting on that high ground, always hotly contested. Very, very important for them to get control of it. Not Goblin once again going down low, and that's kind of been a recurring theme here. That's causing them to have to give up a lot of space here, go back and use some resources to try and stay alive. Supreme doing a good job pushing up out on top, forces the teleport out of Nami as well, who has gone down low. Another engage onto this high ground. Point is open now, so somebody has to keep presence at all times. Nut Goblin does go down once again. Performance, again, going to be the difference maker here over and over. Ohio State really rallying behind this Sojourn player right now.
Here's why we're seeing why Sojourn is still a mainstay at the upper levels of gameplay. The mobility, the sustainability of the character, and the burst damage that you're able to provide makes you a threat in the mid-fight, right? Performance has, since the second round, really been sort of a difference maker for Ohio State Scarlet, and now as they reset, Uwater Garden has to find a way to sort of shut down this Sojourn from afar.
A lot of pressure should be put on them by Nut Goblin, but once again, they go down, unable to get away from Parthy, who picks up another pick in the meantime. Gurgs looking for something on the high ground, but is going to be forced to back out. This is going to have to be a quick regroup.
Yeah, that fight ends because, Supreme gets isolated, has to use the Suzu and, Swift Step on in opportune times. And while that's happening, Nut Goblin's burst down by Farthy. So, a combination of just damage throughput on the front line and the separation of the back line means that Ohio State Scarlet deny you Ottawa Garnet, progress towards its objective. And we're now at that 60% marker.
Dive comes in from Nut Goblin, going to be booped away off the high ground. Norman gets a little bit of damage in onto Eski, but it's not going to be quite enough. Take that back, though. Rest of the team coming in a big way. And Kitsune Rush doing a lot of good. Farthy tries to turn things around with a Death Blossom, but is shut down.
That's a big Death Blossom for them, actually. It forces the Primal Rage from Nut Goblin, right? That is meaning Uwater Garden has no resources anymore. And Ohio State Scarlet, barring, a miracle play from Uwaterwa, have this fight. It's not a question of does Ohio State Scarlet win this next one. It's how much do they spend to take the point back in their favor.
Gonna start off with the overclock. That's gonna be the entering salvo. Nut Goblin once again just having a terribly difficult time staying alive, and Performance again just has free reign to take shots at whoever they like.
And that is a disaster territory for Uwaterwa Garnet, right? That cost essentially nothing for Ohio State Scarlet, just the overclock. And now, in final fight, Uwaterwa Garnet are hoping Norman is able to pull out magic from this Death Blossom, because Ohio State has every tool they need to shut down the sustain of the sound barrier, the damage throughput of the Kitsune Rush, and this should allow them to close out the map here and now.
Kitsune Rush going to start things off. Here comes the sound barrier as well. That's going to allow them to get incredibly aggressive here. Death Blossom coming in from Norman. Doesn't get the value they need. Shut down, as a matter of fact. 98% and going. Ohio State gonna be putting the finishing touches on this map, giving them a 1-0 lead to start off this series.
And even with the fumble, with the double support ultimate, the lead simply was too much economically in the final stages of Oasis, as Ohio State Scarlet will take that first lead of the series. And alas for Uwaterwa Garnet, this one play that was a turnaround simply was not enough to close this one out.
Oh, beautiful boop right there. And, all indications were that fight was going the other way, but yeah, just heads up play. These things can turn on a dime here in Overwatch, and that's a great example of it. A lot of good stuff, though, from both squads. So I'm enjoying this matchup so far, and I'm really looking forward to the next few maps that we're going to get to see. But the adjustments came in very, very quickly for Ohio State, and it yielded great results. And again, performance was fantastic. And I think what I want to see and what I'm hoping is that Ottawa can enable Nut Goblin maybe a little bit more to just try to put some pressure on Performance, because with them unchecked, we know they're going to find kills.
I mean, a lot of that comes down to the fact that you open up with a wrecking ball multiple rounds in a row and just can't get the composition moving. Forced to switch, right? You're behind resource-wise all the way throughout. And is it really not Goblin's fault, that the Winston just can't shut down the Sojourn when you don't have, the opportunity to really build a lead economically, right? So put this way, the Winston tries to, isolate the Sojourn with a leap into the bubble, but by that point of the game, right, the Ohio State had, both support ultimates. Their Reaper was able to use a Death Blossom. All of this and more means that, you're operating from a deficit constantly, and Ottawa Garnet needs to find a way from the very first moment of the map to be in lockstep in terms of fights. Was the map close? Yes. Was the fight close? I don't think so. I think the only reason that was a 2-1 play was because there was one fight where Ice Volcano was able to reset the economy of the match of that round via those eliminations of the environmentals. And if a lucky play like that doesn't happen, that round also goes over to Ohio State. So for University of Ottawa, this next map is going to be very much, can you keep the tempo of the game at the same pace as Ohio State? Because you need to do that from the very beginning if you want to equalize this series.
Considering they're looking at the tempo, we will be going to a hybrid map next. The choices, I think, are interesting. Right, of course, Kings Row always comes to mind. That seems to be just a classic. We almost always head there at some point in a broadcast. But that's gonna offer just a wholesale shift in terms of the type of compositions you're playing. So, that's certainly an option here for Garnet. Maybe we go somewhere like that where the Winston, the Wrecking Ball, wherever, they're not going to have that same kind of value.
I would also highlight though that the issue coming into this next map, really the favorite is Ohio State Scarlets. Like this is the ball is in their court, so to speak, not just because they have the lead in the series, but also because it felt like every round was in their control despite the fact they lost that one round, right? It's less that they overstepped their bounds just a little bit in that opening, couldn't quite regain their footing. But once they moved over to the last two submaps, it very much was all Ohio State. So in as much as the composition that we've been seeing, the Wrecking Ball finding value, I think that in this particular game, right, we haven't seen the Wrecking Ball take over the match the way they need to make that pick viable. And that is really going to be more difficult when you don't have angles of approach that are as, open as Control allows you to be, right? You're not approaching from any point on hybrid, right? There are specific angles that you have to take because of map geometry. So can the Wrecking Ball composition, step forward? Sure. I don't disagree necessarily that it's a play. I just don't think that Ottawa Garnet has showcased that they have that, after first map. Now, with that being said, maybe it's just a rough map for them, right? They don't quite get their footing underneath early. But if that ends up being a trend, they can't be so delayed on switching because they need that resources that they simply weren't able to build, on Control.
This is interesting. I don't think I have ever seen Murloc Island before. This is very, very fascinating. I love production observers. They always find interesting places we haven't seen before. Nut Goblin and Ottawa, I think, maybe recognizing that this dive composition that they were using might not be the play. Swapping over to the Reinhardt. Lava, though, going all in with the Wrecking Ball. And again, performance, that's going to have to be something that they shut down as well. I'm going to be really interested to see if Gurgs can do just that. And that's arguably even better. Taking Nami out of the fight very, very early means there's hardly any sustain, any big heals on the board. Lava gonna dive in, gets a lot of shields from that, so they're gonna be able to stay in this fight quite a while. Performance now, picking up little shots from above. By being contested now, Gurgs tries to come up. Nice realization there from Eski, combining with Performance to get that kill. So things have turned back in the direction of Ohio State Scarlet, considering Nami is back in the mix as well.
There's one composition that does not suffer from losing their main support. It is a mobile one like this. This might hurt them, though. Damage lost.
Couple of pick quicks. That's going to be for the end. Nami down. One tick on the board now for Ottawa, on the brink of getting that second one. Lava has used the adaptive shield, so they've got a little bit extra health, but not terribly much at the moment. Gurgs looking to see if they can get a pick in from afar. Not quite there. Farthing, in fact, taking them out, making sure that sideline not going to be a threat anymore. Opening up and Ohio State Scarlet. Great performance here to lock down this point and secure the defense, at least for a moment.
I mean, the big problem there is that there's no one to really contest the high ground for performance, and there's no one to lock down Lava, right? Like, between those two, look how much damage Lava took in the entirety of that fight. Basically none. And then the free firing from the Sojourn. Sure, there's progress gained, but Ottawa Garnet realistically didn't win that fight. And they're going to need a little bit more explosive performance here. And they didn't even build up any meaningful resources, despite the fact they were in an advantage that entire time.
Big minefield coming in. That's going to be Nut Goblin getting out of dodge as fast as they can. Unfortunately for the rest of Ottawa Garnet, the same can't be said. All the picks come in.
In fairness, that is a relatively expensive fight for Ohio State Scarlet, considering that Ottawa Garnet uses, well, nothing. Both the minefield and the pulse bomb. Still, you're expecting the sustain here, coupled with the coupled with the overclock, to kind of burst through whatever Ottawa Garnet kind of brings to bear. I mean, expect Ottawa Garnet to rush to the point where the Kitsune just fight on, try and get that last third. I mean, that's the expectation here. You kind of just need to brawl on the objective with your superior health.
Gonna be taking the high ground under their control, seeing if they can get dislodged performance, forcing them into maybe a little bit more difficult position. Norman is ready with the Deadeye, looking for an opportunity where maybe people are distracted, not necessarily looking at them. Scream does start things out with that Kitsune rush, but Nami gonna counter with the Amplification Matrix. This time Lava taking quite a bit of damage. Shatter just misses them, able to kite away as Lava. Performance does go down, so golden opportunity here for Ottawa to take this point.
Tragically for Ohio State Scarlet, Eski's barrier does not reach the majority of the team. They just don't have any HP, right? Like, you're not fighting on the objective into an Earth Shatter with no health to your name, and even with that wasted Earth Shatter, it's not enough to kind of like buy space on the objective. So, not quite the hold they were hoping for, but still a remarkable performance as they break it down to the overtime marker. Ottawa Garnet make a switch now to a Sigma, as Nut Goblin looks to try and control high ground here.
Comes performance once again, but they're going to be taken out of the equation almost immediately. Gurgs now firing away with theirs. Says, you know what, I can hit some rail shots too.
This just sort of is a handshake reset. Both overclocks used. It doesn't really get enough eliminations to be justified as a fight win. They will control high ground, will Ottawa, right? So that's actually a benefit here. Get your hit scans on the high ground, force Ohio State Scarlet to a more awkward setup, but with the payload moving forward, I mean, you expect the minefield here to be disastrous for Ottawa Garnet.
Dropped right behind them on the cart. Right behind the cart, rather. Lava unable to get any picks with it, but a nice zoning ultimate nonetheless. Are they going to be a whiff with a pulse bomb? So now both of the win conditions really kind of out there for Scarlet. But it's going to be a pick either way. Not going to be enough, though, as Ottawa Garnet will eventually take this point.
Farley's going to make a change here now from the Tracer to the Genji. So the last second contest still continues to go through. With the elimination of performance, though, you'll have to give it up. And that's a really clean second point for Ottawa Garnet. That's the kind of point they needed, actually, to get themselves back into Blizzard World. And, I mean, a lot of that comes down to the fact they separate the supports from, well, everyone else. And there's no way to heal the people trying to contest. And with that, the DPS can't really get their feet under them. So Ohio State Scarlet will have to go back to the drawing board. And part of that includes resetting your tank as you now move Lava over rather to the Winston.
Farther also onto the Genji is an interesting look too. Of course, performance still holding down that Sojourn as to be expected. Comes the Kitsune rush from Supreme, right though immediately Gurgs is picked off. It's going to be a sound barrier keeping the rest of Ohio Scarlet alive through through the ultimate from Nut Goblin. Performance does eventually go down, so Ada, again, doing a fantastic job of just pushing forward. Nice accretion as well, gonna convince Farthey to back off, back away.
Yeah, just hover around the corner for a second, just in case Cassidy tried to pull the trigger early, but no dice. A lot of ground being gained, though, by UR Garnet.
There certainly is. As soon as they cracked first point, they haven't really slowed down tremendously. Could be one pick either way, though. So Ohio State Scarlet beginning to find their footing here. Nut Goblin actually able to get out in front of Nut Goblin, push them back quite significantly, but the respawns are there relatively quickly as well.
I mean, this is going to be a critical sound barrier for UR Garnet. They can survive the wealth of damage through put here.
Before Lava can get the Primal online, the damage comes in. Ice Volcano using that sound barrier early means Farthey can now try to get something done with this blade too. A lot of damage going in, but only at the very end finally securing a kill, but it is going to be enough for Ohio State to regain control of the cart.
That overclock being committed is actually very big for UR Garnet, because now sort of the favor of the economy swings back in their hands. Expensive for Ohio State Scarlet. So, I mean, for UR Garnet to close this one out, to kind of capture the final round. Overclock, you've got the Gravitic Flux, and the Kitsune Rush. Any combination of these should be able to overwhelm Ohio State Scarlet, and it really comes down to execution now for UR Garnet.
He does have the sound barrier ready. Gurg's gone ahead and used the overclock. Goblin not going to catch anything with their ultimate this time around. The Scarlet does a great job of sustaining themselves through all of that damage. They did spend every ultimate, though, but the same can just about be said for Garnet.
Yeah, no, that is a disaster for UR Garnet. The fact that they were able to withstand that much damage with just the Primal Rage and the Sound Barrier, and they cost UR Garnet everything. I mean, that was the fight that they had to win. Now they have nothing here for this haphazard dash to the point.
Oh, but Eski going down is a big deal for Garnet. The dead eye that Norman has could be put to great use here, especially when it becomes very difficult for Ohio State Scarlet to try and back up out of its way.
Still, I mean, in terms of a fight winning condition, you're standing out in the open. There's a lot of resources that have to be put into keeping you alive.
Lava goes down to about half health, but does get the bubble out. Performance comes in with a big shot. It's going to be everybody running away. The Deadeye gets nothing this time around. Farthey trying to get a little more damage in, and that will be where the cart stops for Ohio State.
I mean, considering how much time was taken off that first point objective, I think it's a healthy perspective gathered by UR Garnet. Still, you're perhaps considering the fact that you spent so many resources in a tiny room to get absolutely nothing that may end up coming back to haunt you. For Ohio State Scarlet, I mean, the turnaround is fair play. The same sort of an inverse situation for them, right? Perhaps throwing away that second point defense where they were not able to kind of situate themselves at any point on the high ground is where they, end up worrying the most. But for now, I mean, an opportunity to close the spawn out and get to that 2-0 scoreline.
It really was a great showing, like you said, from Ottawa Garnet and second point. Really able to just kind of cruise through that after he got going. First and third definitely present him a lot of problems, but impetus now on Ohio State. Got a big task ahead of them. It's no easy feat to complete Blizzard World by any stretch of the imagination. But if they can recreate the success we saw previously on Oasis, they are certainly up to the task.
Another tank shown for Nut Goblin here.
Oh, yeah.
This is the fourth one, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
Stage of the game. Still,
Ohio State.
You gotta look for that dive with the the bubble being put down to block the support's line of healing.
Not gonna quite do exactly that this time, but does give Ohio State some nice positioning. Forcing Ottawa off of that high ground. Gonna be much better for them to stage this approach. Lava going into the back line now. Performance realizing somebody behind him. NECC going down very, very low. Tracer trying to see if they can get something going. Forced a recall, though, which means Performance doesn't have to worry about their safety too terribly much for the moment. Gerg's now hanging on to that mega health pack, making sure that Performance can't fully commit all of their attention to the point just yet. NECC going down very low, though. If they are demeched, which they are, things could turn pretty rough here pretty quickly for Ottawa Garnet. Still, though, trying to find those first few kills, and there they come. Eventually, the tide turns. Ohio State Garnet takes this first point.
Death by 1,000 cuts there for Ohio, or for University of Ottawa Garnet. Just too many, players taking damage. Not enough. I mean, triaging there is just simply not enough to keep everyone healthy and fighting. And Ohio State Scarlet, just better, more damage throughput, right? Once the D.Va, especially once the D.Va's demeched. And they're not letting up here, even in the spawn, taking down a couple players. Sure, Lava's going to be taken away. I don't think it matters because you still will force high ground control in Ohio State Scarlet's favor.
And in addition, with NECC getting demeched, that means it's gonna be difficult for them, at least initially, to defend against this re-engagement by Ohio State Scarlet. They're halfway back though to their mech.
Yeah, but they don't start the fight off with it, and that is the critical difference. You can see Ottawa Garnet has to play very carefully while they wait for their tank to kind of situate themselves.
Mech does come back right in the nick of time, especially considering that this overclock is here from Performance. Beautiful play there from Norman to shut that down completely, and Ottawa Garnet will be able to get a hold.
Kind of an awkward fight there for Ohio State Scarlet. Overcommit the overclock, and then get caught. I mean, then a player who has both a Swift Step and a Suzu gets caught by a self-destruct, so... Ottawa Garnet end up... benefiting from that fight nearly by accident, though their positioning was quite strong despite their early deficit.
There'll be 4 ultimates online as well for each of these squads. Here comes the Kitsune rushes both on the high ground. Gergs goes down early, so Ohio State Scarlet with an early advantage. It's going to be Lava now clearing out a lot of room, allowing their team to try and focus down any of the other targets that are left behind. Once again, catching Norman, unable to get the finishing blow, but Performance is there to take care of that in the end. And it's going to be a quick reset, I think, from Garnet.
Very much a case of setting them up so someone else on the team can knock them down. They haven't even had to use the sound barrier yet, which is really good because they'll be able to mirror Ice Volcano when that comes through as they try and get in aggressively here. Ottawa Garnet just trying to take a little bit of space on this high ground.
Oh, and the high ground proving to be very useful. Ohio State going to come back with a pair of ultimates and secure this point. Going to be going in practically 5 minutes.
I mean, that's a tough place to be, right? You're not able to use the sound barrier to mirror if you're Ottawa, right? And now this turns into a snowball. You haven't got an opportunity to take it to a true, rather 5v5 fight. The one skirmish you've won so far in your defense was more of an awkward misstep by Ohio State than anything else. And another switch comes in as Gertz goes over to the Hanzo. Does this win you a fight? The setup has been really awkward for Ottawa Garnet, and they're simply running out of space to make mistakes.
Especially considering Performance is going to have this overclock coming into this next fight as well. The Kitsune Rush going to be online first. Supreme going to have to play catch-up just as quick as they can. Here comes the sound barrier. Has to be used by Ice Volcano. Self-destruct is going to catch one, but NECC is down while they were out of their mech. Performance now looking for an opportunity, seeing if this is the right time to strike. But instead, opting to just put in a little bit of poke damage and wait until they can fully regroup.
I mean, that Kitsune Rush was used after a player had gone down, and that means that Ohio State Scarlet end up having to reset anyway. That's a big pick, though.
That is. Lava going down means that NECC is going to be able to control so much more space with their team. Nice shot coming out from Performance. That's going to equalize things, especially considering Lava's going to be back a lot sooner.
I mean, not a lot of space being given up either by Ohio State Scarlet, and as the payload rolls ever closer to this final checkpoint.
Lava does have Primal Rage online. Currently trying to put a little bit of pressure onto the backline. Nut Goblin going down fairly low. Here goes the blade now from Farthy. In the meantime, Performance made their job a little bit easier with another pick. Nobody steps onto the cart. And Ohio State puts themselves on match point.
Excellent displacement there by the front line. Yeah, as we were on board with Dragon Blade 2. And I mean, a lot of this game was coming down to map control, right? Just not able to hold. But this is that one critical fight that would have been essentially a must-win for you, Ottawa Garnet. They weren't able to turn in their favor, and the hold comes through. So, I mean, you Ottawa Garnet, they provide an account of themselves, certainly, I think, in certain micro, but overall, it has been Ohio State controlling sort of the main through line of the game, and have, as a result, taken 2 maps to put themselves on match point.
It is going to be Garnet having to take over that main character protagonist mantle if they hope to come back in this series. It's going to have to be a reverse sweep. But before we get there, before we go to what could be our final map, we're going to throw it to a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Welcome back. It is time to head into map number 3 and to see if University of Ottawa Garnet can take us further into the series. Reverse sweep is the only way they're coming out of this with a win here, LaFon, in week 1 here at NECC.
I mean, it's a tall task for them, no doubt about it, right? This is possibly... listen, a 180 is not out of the question. I think there's certainly opportunity for them to do so, but it would require a difference of approach they haven't yet showcased in the match. And so, you know, hopefully the break gives them an opportunity to kind of reset, get a sense of where things have gone wrong, whether it be internal and sort of, you know, their construct or their approach, or if there's something they've identified in their opposition that they can take advantage of. But right now, I think Ohio State Scarlet has been the team that has had more benefit in terms of their approach, right? Map control has really been all Ohio State. In terms of compositional advantages, also had the lead there. And then fight selection has also been, you know, favored by Ohio State more frequently than not. So for you, Ottawa Garnet, definitely a lot of opportunities here to kind of shore up some of their flaws. And if they can do that, then yeah, definitely an opportunity for them to make a return in this series.
Especially because the one thing that I think that University of Ottawa is doing really well is capitalizing on some of the mistakes that are coming out of Ohio State. There haven't been many, but every time they find them, they seem to strike, and they seem to strike well. But you're right, they can't just rely on that as their strategy to win this game. They're going to have to be a lot more proactive with map control and maybe even setting the tempo of some of these engagements as well.
Yeah, you know, we talked about this at the end of Oasis. It goes doubly so here. You cannot be changing compositions as frequently as you, Ottawa, are, and keep finding success. Keep in mind that we got the nerf to the alt remnant, I suppose, on character change, right? It went from 30% to 25%. It might not seem like a lot, and sure, in the grand scheme of things, it isn't, but there's a couple of fights where, you know, you're 5% away from an ultimate that you would have liked to have to kind of turn, you know, an engagement in your favor. You just don't have it. So being able to execute with the composition you've selected at the beginning is going to be important for you, Ottawa, and something that they absolutely need to sort of solidify in this match.
Especially considering we are going to be headed into Havana, right, which is a very long map. And, you know, the point you made as well about the that old generation decrease when you swap heroes, you know, just add more to that. Well, you're right, it might not seem like a whole lot initially or at the outset. It definitely is, like you said, sometimes just 5% you need to get to the next ult. But if you compound that over the course of, what, 6, 7, 8 fights over the course of a map, that is going to add up if you are swapping constantly. So, yeah, they need to figure out what it is they want to run out here on and make a commitment to it, right, at some point, because otherwise they're just shooting themselves in the foot and putting themselves so much further behind.
Yeah, maybe a case of you, Ottawa Garnet, having not had perhaps as much experience on this patch as some of the other teams, and haven't quite gotten, you know, a handle of what they want to run in this meta. It's definitely a possibility. We'll see if that comes through in the upcoming map, as you said. And as we head to Escort, there is more opportunity, I think, for you, Ottawa Garnet, to kind of slow things down in their favor. Havana, you can use a poke composition. You can go back to playing Rush, you know, where they had like that sort of brawl composition they had the most success on. There's definitely opportunities, I think, here for you, Ottawa Garnet, to play to their strengths, where perhaps earlier in the series, most of the maps have really favored, you know, those mobility characters that Ohio State have preferred to run to this point.
This is an interesting situation right now in Spawn with Ottawa Garnet. Here's Nut Goblin over to the DPS. So, gonna be curious to see how this works out. Norman in on the tank. The later phase we haven't seen so far for them. Looking at a nice spawn hold coming out, too.
Yeah, no surprises here from Ohio State. The fact they're running Reinhardt is perhaps the most curious thing. But even that, I mean, you're playing Brawl.
Exactly.
This is,
a lot of damage.
You need that kill. If Lava stays alive... Okay, good. This actually ends up being, you know, an opportunity for Ohio State to have to reset. The window of opportunity here on this composition that UAuto Garnet's running is that Bastion configuration or reconfiguration, right? If you don't get the burst damage while that's up, you become a big target. Slow, not a lot of damage output, and you can really be in danger. So the fact that UAuto Garnet was able to convert that fight is really big for them.
I think recognizing that they're going to have to be able to disengage quickly. Lava going over to the Wrecking Ball now. Early pick on Nami spells at Ohio State once again, and with another pick right off the back of that, sure, Farthy does get a one pick in there. Not going to really change the course of this fight, though.
Not a lot of cohesion here from Ohio State Scarlet. They're all over the place. Far cry from what we saw in the first two maps.
Ooh. Worms does come in with a pick. Now we're going to get the recontest here from Ohio State. Are they doing a good job capitalizing on that opening opportunity? So they will get the hold here right at the end. But this is a great opening statement here from Ottawa.
It almost feels like Ohio State Scarlet, with their performance there, kind of lulled UAuto Garnet to a false sense of security. And UAuto Garnet weren't really focused on how the fight was going to go and kind of just walked in one by one, so Ohio State benefited from it. I mean, part two is Gurgs to take it out again.
It's going to be Kitsune Rush coming in, a Dragon Strike thrown in as well. In the meantime, Norman has opened things up once again for Ottawa Garnet, but just as quick as that happens, we see the tide starting to switch back the other way. Farthy able to take out Nut Goblin, but eventually Gurge tracks them down with some of the damage coming in from the mines as well. Things are looking a little bit rough. Nut Goblin, though, going to use their ultimate to see if they can get this secured, though, in the end for Ottawa. Ooh.
I mean, UAuto Garnet on this fight. That was an ult from spawn by the Bastion player. A little sportsmanship happening. Performance gets a headshot onto the Genji. But, I mean, realistically, where's the opportunity here for UAuto Garnet? They don't have anything, and perhaps this Dragon Blade, it's going to be met by a sound barrier. And I mean, Ohio State Scarlet are in very good position here to kind of close this hold out.
They certainly are, but with a pick onto performance early, that's going to take one tool out of the toolbox. Here comes Gurgs now with the Dragon Blade. They're going to use the sound barrier as well to make sure that there's plenty of opportunity for them to get the kills. Eski and Nami responding kind with both of their ultimates too. Suzu has to come out as well, so very quickly Ohio State is being bled of all of their ability to hold on to this point. Lava now spinning just to hold on to this point as long as they can. Hope that maybe some of their teammates come back in. With a pick onto Gurgs, that's certainly going to help things out here, Lafon.
Oh no, this is really bad for you, Ottawa Garnet. Yep, there's no one left alive.
There's not, and with less than 20 seconds to go, there's not going to be a cohesive, coordinated fight here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a big minefield on the objective, meaning no one can contest. It's a 1 second arm time. Does Norm even touch? They'll get there.
He's going to get booped away. Gets there just in time. Has the minefield going to let loose with it, but performance has already taken out Ice Volcano. Lava jumps onto the minefield. No worry about his safety. He's got plenty of health there. Overtime has been triggered, and with Gurgs going down now, things are starting to look pretty good for Ohio State. Nice Dragon Strike as well, right behind the point to make sure nobody else can have an easy time touching. We do have the Kitsune Rush now here from Garnet. Nut Goblin will let loose with the Molten Core, so they may be able to get somebody to step off point here just for enough time. Lava going down very low in that lava, but here comes the blade from Farthy. The Molten Core is gone, so now they're going to have to win this fight outright. Farthy does get the kills with the blade, but Eski now has the sound barrier online, and with a couple picks in favor of Ohio Scarlet, looks like this will be as far as this cart goes for Garnet.
Tragic showcase there, but what fancy footwork from Lava all the way through. Consistently contesting, even through the minefield, even through the Molten Core. That's, I mean, a big difference maker there for Ohio State Scarlet. And the Wrecking Ball now means that, I mean, 1 point left to capture. And Ohio State will have taken the map victory 3-0. The other thing too, I mean, Jelgo God, is that there isn't... The win conditions for you, Ottawa Garnet, are dependent on Ohio State Scarlet overspending, right? Like Ohio State, using Kitsune Rush and Sound Barrier and getting nothing, or, the minefield being misplaced. There's no excessive opportunity to turn a fight in your favor, right? The Molten Core, at best, slows things down. The minefield similarly, right? And you don't really have the damage follow through on the Kitsune Rush. So it's a composition that doesn't have a lot of synchronicity, and as a result, you Ottawa Garnet unable to convert any true fight wins in their favor.
They're going to go for a completely different look here as well. Maybe not completely, but significantly. Norman on the Sigma. I don't know if this means they're going to be able to have that strong of a spawn hold here, which could be a problem because that was, I think, one of the big reasons that Ohio State was able to get that final hold.
Well, that is in the past at this stage of the game for both you Ottawa Garnet, Ohio State Scarlet. Pickup time now needs to be a hold for you Ottawa to keep this series alive. I mean, this first fight is so critical for the defense. It's a good start.
Yeah, Googs being able to take out Farthy, definitely a big deal, but there's still that one pick potential there from performance. They have actually opted to go over to the Han, so I'm guessing to put a lot of pressure into that Sigma shield, because the more you can get Ottawa Garnet to kind of kite away from this fight, the better it's going to go for you. Lava now fully charged up as well. That's going to be a very big thing they're going to have to deal with.
Again, though, like, what is your win condition here? Brawl down until Gergs gets a pick? You don't have the map control where that's really enough. So far, it's working, but how much longer? And the card has still not been delayed, and that's the major support gone.
Exactly. And with, just the nature of this composition and Norman being on the Sigma, right, you kite until you get the fight win, right? You don't want to engage. You don't want to get brawly, especially with Lava on this Zarya.
And, I mean, you're walking back in with nothing. You are walking back in with a composition that is not designed to break through chokes. Who even contests? Like, who even gets to the objective to contest? And then you have to worry about a combo of a Dragon Strike and a Graviton Surge? Defensively, it feels like you Ottawa Garnet has very little to work with.
And with the Suzu having to come out already to get rid of that anti-nade from Nami, things are looking rough. Nanoboost now committed to Lava, who is again fully charged. Graviton Surge, not going to catch anybody, but it's hardly going to matter. Just going to be Norman on point, holding things down. Ohio State will take map number 3 and the series.
What a statement game from Ohio State. Scarlet here as they 3-0 this series. And I mean, a lot of credit to Performance, I think, who really turned this game around early and then just stayed as a constant performer all the way through, even as we see this highlight now towards the end.
Oh, beautiful shot.
Well, tremendous stuff from Ohio State. They'll finish up week 1 with a 3-0 victory. And this Legends division is going to be very, very interesting in the upcoming weeks.
It certainly is. A lot of strong teams. I was taking a peek during one of our breaks, and especially in the Legends East division, where we just were, a lot of strong teams. A lot of strong teams East and West. So it's going to be an exciting season here at the NECC, and especially with some of the new teams that we've gotten to experience and see today as well. Ohio State Scarlet really impressed me today with a lot of their gameplay, but that is going to be it for you and I tonight. We will be handing the reins over, I believe, to Nuclear Ultchar to take us through the final game of the evening, at least on this stream. So before we close things out, Lafon, any final words from you?
I'm really excited to see how this upcoming season goes. Right, like a lot of changes. We're perhaps in the most exciting moments of Overwatch 2. A lot of new characters, a lot of new maps, and what better way for things to be evolved than with constant new additions? So the future is bright, and so too will the games.
Well, thank you all so much for tuning in. Quick thank you as well to production. We've got Storm Warrior and Hippie behind the scenes helping us out tonight. Thank you all so much as well for tuning in, and for you, LaFon, casting alongside me tonight. So, thank you all so much. GG's, and see you next time.
All right, welcome back, everyone. NECC B-Stream here, the third game of the night, running it through the Legends Division. I'm all charged alongside Chase Nuclear Nukem, and pumped up for game number one. Fresno State versus U Oregon to start our casting for the spring semester. Nuke, are you as stoked as I am?
I am thrilled, Berkeley, to be here in the Legends Division, kicking things off this semester. We got a great matchup. We got University of Oregon, who's new to the NECC lineup, taking on a very familiar face, Fresno State Bulldogs. It's going to be, as they would say, a slobber knocker tonight. Fresno State Bulldogs, first we got Phoenix, Venari, Esdeath, PB Cord, and Sushari. What do we got over on the side of University of Oregon?
The inaugural NECC lineup for the Ducks. Drowsy, iTroll, THL, Puku, which, boy, are we going to have fun saying that, and Putter rounding out the lineup. Nuke, Fresno, they missed out on the semester last semester in the fall, but they are familiar with the NECC. They've had a team, I think, for 2 years. They just missed the fall, and it was the first semester they've missed in a while. But this team is right back where they belong in the Legends Division, and I was being told by people who saw the activation game between these two teams, because they played in the preseason, that it was tight. I think it went all 5 maps, and it was a barn burner. We've had 2 sweeps tonight. I don't think this one's going to be a sweep.
I'd have to agree with you there, Berkeley. I think that we have a game on our hands. I'm very eager to see how they're able to do and fare against Fresno. Fresno very much dominated the Champions Division before, and I'm glad to see them, as you mentioned, back in the Legends Division. As we sort of kick off into things, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are in a pick-ban sort of style for the regular season, with the first map looking like Ilios.
It's looking like it.
It's looking like Ilios.
Okay. It is Oasis. I knew we were talking about that in the pregame. We are going to Oasis first. You got absolutely Art of War baited right there, Chase. Did you dirty right there. But yeah, we're going to be headed to Oasis first, and we haven't even talked about how this game is coming in a week where we just got a very spicy patch that came in, and Legends Division, highest division of competition, it should be just trendsetters left and right. We've seen a lot of Wrecking Ball, we've seen some Reinhardt, we've seen Diva. A lot's been played. No one really knows what the meta is, but I'm sure these teams are going to show us their strengths right away.
I'm eager to see what their strengths would be, and that's what I've loved about Overwatch 2 is the counterplay. There's so much counterplay in this game, more so than I would say in Overwatch 1, where if, on the other side, if they have a Symmetra, if they have more of a campy composition, right, you can get in with your dive compositions, get in and out if you need to. But it's looking like, speaking of which, we are going to see a bit of a dive composition, kind of an odd comp over on University of Oregon. I say odd, but, this is probably what we're going to see a lot of. Kiriko Ramatra is just insane. Ramatra's still very overtuned as a character. The recent nerf with the 20-second ultimate, I don't know if that's going to do much of a difference in comparison to what it has been historically with that character.
No, probably not too much. And right now we do have just a couple of anchor tanks lining up on both sides. Phoenix right now going in on the Orisa. Phoenix actually was one of the best high school players in the entire country a year ago, and now he's the youngest captain in Fresno State's program's history. So Phoenix coming in as a freshman does get killed. The opening elimination is right onto Phoenix as Puku takes down the opposing tank, but it is a 4 versus 4 as Putter drops to PB Cord, and just the battle for the high ground. This is intense. Neither team wants to give it up. It looks like Fresno's comp has an easier time getting back up there, but Puku not going anywhere. This guy is just coming out blazing. Full supports down on the side of the Bulldogs, and it should be the Ducks taking the objective first.
I loved the positioning for Puku and THL underneath that overhang in the middle of point, just kind of allowing Fresno State to get in, move around, and they played the corner quite well. Fresno State coming back with a vengeance, though. Phoenix, as you said earlier, one of the newest players on the roster, could have a bit of trouble when it comes to his mental going into these games. Fresh off the bat, freshman captain. That's a large weight to carry, and we'll see if they're able to carry it all the way to the top.
Well, right now to start off this fight, Putter and Flatline both pick up a couple of eliminations, and it looks like University of Oregon going to have no problem holding this second fight. as it seemed like that one was kind of just an economy fight, and then THL used the Kitsune Rush just to wrap it up even quicker. That ultimate is just so good right now.
Oh, absolutely, and they've nerfed it a few times, but Kitsune Rush still sitting on top. It just has so much value for your team, and quite frankly, it's very easy to build with the Kiriko, considering she has a lot of survivability in Overwatch. I say as THL is able to get the pick on Tsushime.
And anytime that one of your supports gets involved in the damage dealing side of the game, you absolutely love that. And like we were saying about Kitsune Rush, that ultimate just seems like it does so many things. Like you think of Putter with a Pulse Bomb on Tracer, right? Pulse Bomb stick, Pulse Bomb kill. Kitsune Rush is like, let's buff the entire team incredibly for like 20 seconds. It is just an insane ultimate. But now, talk about insane ultimates, they're all coming loose. Esdeath goes up to the high ground with the Dragon Blade, trying to slice and dice, but nothing gets found. That blade was a little bit dull, hoping it was going to be sharp like a bad whiskey, but unfortunately for Esdeath, they came up empty and they're sent back to spawn. This fight, though, still very even. Venari's able to get the kunai headshot kill onto THL, and Fresno want this objective bad. Can they get it in their grasp?
I'm not sure, Berkeley. It's not looking to be on their side. They really needed to boot the Symmetra off. I digress. PB Cord is able to get the pick on Hyukumuku, and that is going to swap over to Fresno State, which used most of their economy to get that point. UO still has their Sojourn all on deck, so a retake very quickly is very possible, and this might be a fast round one, Berkeley.
And THL's Kitsune Rush not far away. Venari sitting at only 46%. So definitely economy favoring Oregon right now. Esdeath on the flank, trying to get active for Fresno, try and find something pre-fight, but now we're already underway. Hyukumuku is able to find Tsushime early. Phoenix goes down to iTroll as well. The overclocked hitting here for Oregon Esports. There's another one for iTroll. Can they get a third? Trying to line up that one onto PB Cord, but the evasive Lucio stays elusive still, though, as the overtime wick burns. It should be a fast round one, and you Oregon Esports Green will open up their NECC season with a round one win.
Well, hold on one second. Hold
No,
on one second. We
I
got a
will
wrecking
not.
ball on point. All right, PB Cord was able to touch in time. We're seeing Phoenix deal some damage. Will it be enough time to get the rest of the roster on point? It will not. All right, well, I had the pipe dream. It was there, but swiftly shifted away as UO Green gets ahead.
You have so much faith in a wrecking ball to just like carry a 99-point overtime tick, just even in like Legends Division. Like we've seen it so much in like Navigators and Challengers, but it gets cleaned up at this level. If it's just a wrecking ball coming back in, I mean, there's already no light left in the lantern. But I like where your head's at. Super faithful to start off the season.
All I'm saying is I did not see UO earlier losing the point to Fresno, and Fresno was able to stick through it with their dive composition. They switch over to the wrecking ball on UO. They have the Tracer on deck. They could have made it back to point. It's a chance. There's a possibility, but more likely than not, you're absolutely right. They're going to lose point, especially with the presence of 5 members there. That's going to be a bit tough to push through.
Nuke, just to bring it back to the patch notes we were talking about earlier, there's been a lot that's changed. I know you're a esports program director, so you got to study the patches pretty heavily to direct your program the right way, trying to follow the meta as it kind of develops. We saw 2 anchor tanks. Are we likely to see anchor tanks all the way through? And a couple of other Legends games, we've seen wrecking balls with Reaper Tracers. It's kind of wide open right now. I was surprised we didn't really see any dive comp. Really, we saw a little bit of Winston, but more toward the end of round 1.
I think with the nerfs that we've seen to projectile damage, we're sort of seeing a shadow buff to those main tanks, right? So I truly do think we'll see a lot of that this series, and this series until we get another patch, truthfully. But yeah, I think when you nerf the projectile damage, it allows for shields to be a lot more prominent, since we saw the monkey on point, right? And I think that it's possible that we could see some off tanks, but I think you're absolutely right. I think we're going to primarily see your main tanks in this roster, primarily Ramatra. Ramatra just runs through folks still, and they've tried to nerf this character. They're going to need a little bit more tweaking to the nerfs to make it significant, because he is still a force to be reckoned with. And as he says, Berkeley, you will suffer as he has until that.
Yeah, it seems like anytime his ult is popped, I suffer as he has, because it really is just a run-through him ultimate. If you can close the distance and he's faster than normal players when he's in Nemesis form not blocking, he can just run you down. It's very frustrating to play against. There's a few things that counter it, like speed boosting away, hitting a sleep dart, something like that to just knock him back or pause his movement. But yeah, that ultimate is just... it's really tough to counterplay. It feels like you're just running into a wall and losing fight after fight anytime you play it in ranked, but Legends Division, it's kind of fun because we are going to see some of that counterplay. It's no longer infinite either. It only lasts for a maximum 20 seconds, so changes are coming in for him in the right direction. I don't know if they're there yet either, though.
Yeah.
Going into point 2, another thing we really haven't seen is a Mercy Pocket. If you're on the Overwatch Twitterverse or follow the game subreddit or anything like that, we've heard so many complaints about the new Pocket being overpowered, but watching 4 Legends Division games, this being the 4th, I've seen 0 Mercy. Is she an issue?
I think that she is. I think the new passive is actually pretty crazy. Being able to heal yourself for 25% of the damage done with the Caducer's staff, that's a lot. You just need to heal. Like, you're there to pocket. And since Overwatch 2 has come out, we've seen a large prominence in Mercy players coming through and, overcharging the overclock on Sojourn's ultimate, or even powering up a Junkrat to do a lot of splash damage. I think that we're still going to see Mercy, but I always think there's a sort of a lull after a patch comes out, ult charge, where there are folks testing the waters and wanting to believe that their favorite character is now viable. Maybe we're seeing some of that. Maybe people are just getting tired of Mercy at this division. It's more of a gentleman's handshake. I'm not going to play Mercy if you're not going to play Mercy.
Yeah. And it was really weird, like, following the patch notes closely on, like, Twitter and Reddit and that sort of thing, where Mercy players are very vocal whenever she gets touched, but it seemed like this touch, everyone hated the movement originally and then was like, wait, her pocket's kind of insane. No one knows how to feel about it, but everyone is agitated a little bit. We're going to cut to a short break. Seems like we're having some tech issues with the teams here, so we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with point number 2 here on Oasis. Stick around.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, guys and gals of all ages. We are thrilled to be back once more, and the action never stops. Once again, I am Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined here by my handsome dynamic duo, Berkeley Ultcharge Stevens.
Chase, I love how you let off saying the action never stops, and we're coming back from both teams having a little bit of a tech issue with frame rate on their side, but the action sometimes stops in esports. It is okay, though. Everyone got their problems sorted, and we're ready for point 2 of Oasis.
I mean, action is subjective.
Yeah, absolutely. There was definitely action for whoever had to resolve the frame rate issues.
Exactly.
What were we talking about before that break? Mercy changes and stuff. Let's just throw that all in the bin. Heading into point 2, is this series gonna get evened up? Because Oregon, it wasn't a clean round 1. Fresno got some percentage, but Fresno was looking a little lackluster compared to what we're used to for them.
Well, I think as well, having technical difficulties can now bring a whole new dynamic, Berkeley, of communication and how teams are coordinating. So I say we just scrap the entire last round, and this round is completely fresh. I think that either team, both comps here are very good. Easy death, if they're able to get some picks here, that could be huge, breaking up this point. As we say that, Tsushime get a quick kill on its roll, and we're going to kick off the point.
Something we see so much too in Legends Division is teams just going full throttle aggression. Anytime that first pick gets taken, especially in first fight of control, you get that first pick, especially onto a DPS, it's time to just limit test. You saw iTroll went down, and then Tsushime just slid straight into the front line of Oregon, just not afraid, having to play fearless going through those picks, and Fresno got the objective first. Now fighting in this corridor on the right side of the objective, Phoenix is trying to just batter and bruise Oregon away, but iTroll in the meantime finds a pick onto Esdeath. Now it looks like Oregon wants to limit test with the aggression. Oh, into the pick goes Pyukymuku. That is a massive misplay, or was it a boop? It might have been a boop by PB Cord.
Either way, the positioning, you can get a masterclass in positioning from the side of Fresno, and this defense on the right side, they were able to corral, if you will, University of Oregon in that side room. As soon as they got in there, Phoenix was able to drop down some Ramatra abilities, push them back, and the boop on Pyukymuku was huge for Fresno in staggering that point. Now at 50%, this fight is going to be essential for the Ducks if they want to take this back.
And Phoenix trying to make everyone suffer as he has, blocking at just 150 HP. Phoenix had to retreat for a minute there. Sound barrier comes in from PB Court, as does the Kitsune Rush. Fresno State, they don't want to give this up. Both Ramatras fall, and now it's just a battle of squishies. Who's going to hit the shots? Tsushime comes in on the right side as it seems like just a flurry of kills go the way of Fresno. They just were lights out the second the tanks went down.
Tsushime is on a roll this point. Just countering everything that the Ducks are throwing at them. Even the initial kill, watching iTroll dash in, not really looking at positioning, and then getting stuck. That's a very fed Sojourn. That ultimate, that overclock is going to be pretty quintessential as UO comes back with 3 ultimates online.
And they've got to burn those right now, and they've got to find some value. Pyukymuku comes straight into the front line, hasn't popped the Ramatra ult yet, but iTroll takes to the high ground and overclocks Tsushime down. That's the Sojourn that's been carrying Fresno through this, and it seems like they can hold on to these other 2 ultimates, which is great that they got that value out of iTroll's overclock.
I also love that we're seeing Putter now switch over to the Cassidy, a character who you could argue it's buffs, maybe just changes to the character overall. Interested to see how this plays out, especially with the new combat role mechanics on this character.
And it seems like Esdeath now on the Cassidy as well. Cassidy can play at a very similar range with Ashe and Sojourn, which was not the case just a season ago. Cassidy was in a very weak spot, but now the long-range poke, it's effectively 30% better than it was last season. Running into some trouble here is Pyukymuku wanting to get away with this Ramatra ult, but in some danger. Putter's able to get that sticky nade kill onto Phoenix, and with the front line down, now the Ramatra on the side of Oregon can kind of limit test a little harder, but oversteps their bounds, and Esdeath gets that sticky grenade kill in return.
I did love the syncopation coming out from Pyukymuku, though. Holding the defense in Nemesis form, just allowing the team to heal, and then when the moment called for it, getting some shots out. Ooh, we're seeing a high noon. The Cassidy Putter. Oh my gosh, and now we're seeing Lucy ult as well on point. Things are going haywire, Berkeley.
Every support ultimate just got let loose in about the same frame of the game. As Death sitting right inside the Kitsune Rush, having some massive fire rate buffs, is able to find 2 quick kills, and Fresno State has evened up this map of Oasis 1-1.
Yeah, Pyukimuku using the Nemesis, or the Ramatra ultimate as a whole, Annihilation, was able to, I think it was used a little prematurely. It wasn't able to find the value they were looking for in holding the point, and honestly they really needed to use it in a time of desperation when Fresno was looking to push back in. That will be Fresno evening up the map on Oasis, though, now 1-1 as they fight for the first point in this series.
I think it's crazy how they named Ramatra's ultimate Annihilation, and it's just like the most overtuned thing in all of Overwatch, where you can just W into a team full force and literally just annihilate fight after fight anytime you have it.
And when he pops it, he literally tells you to suffer.
Yeah.
I
He's like, I know you want this nerf, but it's not gonna be for a little bit.
Oh no, it was nerfed, Berkeley.
Yeah, but let's be honest. Let's be honest. 20 seconds still feels like an eternity in Overwatch, and already in the first 20 seconds of this game, Flatline, the support on the side of Oregon, finds the first pick. Putter goes straight into the backline, trying to find more. Venari's in some trouble, but Putter's damage is peeled off, as it seems like Phoenix is able to make his way to the backline in time. Venari does eventually go down, and Oregon gets the objective first.
Yeah, Putter finding a hole in one very early, just tapping it in, getting a quick kill on Death, and Fresno State regrouping very early. That's only, 10%. They are running more of a dive composition, so they'll make it back very swiftly, playing on the other side of point. Fresno gonna camp up top, watch the direction that UO Green moves in, and start the attack as Sushime gets a headshot on Flatline.
Sushime with the railgun has just been lights out to start this game, and again, they find that opening pick. Sushime slides into the front line, right into the fray of the battle, just to try and find Fresno some more kills, and they're able to collect and collect again. Make it 2, make it 3 kills, and a lot of that just comes off Sushime's first opening pick, but this team just knows when there's blood in the water, go for the kill, go for all the kills.
Look at this methodical stagger we're seeing as well. Berkeley, it continues. They're still coming in. I love the stagger coming out from UO Esports Green. They were able to take a solid 20% just by throwing bodies on the point one after another. And since they know that they have the dive composition, they're just going to need to regroup and re-engage. But that's Fresno State knocking at the door, not allowing the Bulldogs any room to bark.
And it seems like Oregon did a really good job stalling out that objective, but then Fresno, after they got those last members that were stalling for Oregon, they knew that there were more kills to be found more towards spawn, and they went for them. Oregon might have got 20% with that stall, but they lost it right back after staggering near their own spawn. Hunter comes into the front line here, has the pulse bomb in hand. Sushime guns them down with the railgun. And now once more, the aggression amped up. Players are out in the road, but they stay safe from the cars, but not safe from the railgun. Sushime continues to go on a tear.
And Sushime not even having to use that overclock, Berkeley. Death, what's going on over there with iTroll? Huh.
Not sure what happened there.
Huh. That is Fresno State, though, with 3 ultimates online. The Ducks also have 3 in the back burner, and it's gonna get popped. The overclock is out. The Primal Rage is out. They are gonna fight for point. Fresno State, a solid 10% up, and this is their fight to lose.
Yeah, they're just gonna give it up here, holding on to their ultimates, maybe stalling a little bit, but not choosing to invest anything and try and buy their way back into this fight. They get up to 75, 76%. They're sitting pretty right now. Oregon takes it back, but they had to spend Primal Rage. They had to spend the Sound Barrier. There's going to be big ultimates you're going to want back coming down the line. Luckily for them, Fresno only has 2 of their own.
True. Fresno State does have the Dragon Blade online. They're not seeing it used that much, though, without the Kitsune Rush, so it's going to be up to Venari to make that 56 a 100 very fast. Pyukimuku gating one very low, but that's going to be the teleport out from Venari. Oh, we're actually seeing the Dragon Blade pop from Esdeath, and that's going to be an overclock railgun shot straight to the dome. UO will continue to hold this point, and Fresno State has to recollect their thoughts and reconvene in 10 seconds if they want to save this point.
And Fresno lost that fight far too late. They are not going to come back into this point clean. Oregon should have no problem at all just shutting the door here. There's no ultimates on either side. 1 second left to get there, and they're not able to touch as Esdef gets gunned down on the way to the objective. And Oregon win their first map of NECC history for that program. What a way to start.
Yeah, truly. And the first map of the season coming out, winning the first... I don't want to repeat map again, but winning the first point. Yeah, there we go. Winning the first point. Falling the second, it wasn't very close. Fresno had the second point on lock, but coming back into the third point, they were able to take it. And the Ducks fall ahead. Congrats to them, by the way, for winning their first map of the NECC history and season, if you don't consider activation matches.
Yeah, you can't consider those. Preseason really doesn't count for too much, but preseason, these two teams did play, and it was a very close game. Said this in the pregame, but if you're just joining us, we've had sweeps so far here on the B Stream in Legends Division. This game, just after that very first map of Oasis, looks like it's going to be a much closer bout between these two teams.
Truly. It was very back and forth, and it almost fell down to be a very unfortunate sort of play out in that last map. We saw the Dragon Blade popped, and then shortly after, an overclock shot straight to the dome. There wasn't much of a comeback factor for Fresno in that moment. They had expended all the resources they could and were frankly countered in that moment by the Ducks. So moving on to the next map, the Bulldogs are going to have to rally around and get ready as we head into our next map, which I was about to check on our end, but it is a pick ban now. So we'll be sitting here just, kind of waiting.
Yeah, mixed feelings about the pick ban system. I like it because on the one hand, you don't get to just prepare for everything, because some teams just put way more time into practice and they're kind of gifted that luxury of having players that might be available more or what have you. Now the fixed map pools are just gone by the wayside, so you don't just have a ton of time to prepare for 3 maps every week. Now you just have to be good at Overwatch. You've got to be ready for everything. Maybe have a ban list set if you know your own weaknesses, but as far as strengths, I mean, you just have to be a very well-rounded team this season.
Absolutely, and getting this in from the gods of production themselves, Storm Warrior and Hippie over on the production side this evening. They're going to ban Pariso, and we're going to pick on Kings Row. So we're heading over to London next to see what's going down in the streets.
You want to throw a team off in the spring? Ban Kings Row for Hybrid. Everyone thinks you're going to play it. Everyone scrims it every week, even if you're trying to work on other stuff just because it's a fun map. You want to throw a wrench into a game completely? Just practice Hybrid maps that aren't Kings Row, and then ban it if you lose control, because it's been out for 5 years. You're ready to play Kings Row, but sharpen those skills, Hybrid maps, and then see if you can just kind of catch a team off guard, because we've seen Kings Row, I think, 3 games in a row now.
It would not surprise me. It's deemed Scrims Row for a reason.
Yeah.
But you bring up a very good point, Berkeley, and this may be the color commentator coming out in me, but I feel it's very beneficial to play something that's non-meta in a meta, because if you do that, they're not expecting it most of the time. They're like, you're playing that, or you're wanting to pick that, and then you can blindside much easier in a method if you are what's the word I'm looking for? If you're very skilled at that non-meta pick.
Yeah, and coming into Kings Row, don't let the B-roll fool you. We've been told that by production. Going into Kings Row, we just saw Anchor Tanks played a ton on Oasis. We saw Winston's broken out there on the 3rd point, which I like to see as the compositions got a little bit more mobile. But I think we go right back to Ramatras and Orisa's here for Kings Row. Very linear, poke heavy if you want to play something like Hanzo. Sojourn's still so good, but I would expect some stationary tanks to hold it down.
Reinhardt?
Dude, I'm a Ryan player, but let's be honest, he got some good buffs. I still don't know if he's quite strong enough, at least not at the highest levels.
I know. I see, I would agree with you, but I think having that charge reduced from 8 seconds to 7 seconds allows him to be a little more mobile, right? So I'd like to see those Reinhardts get in, do some damage, and get back out, support the rest of the team. And what a better map to do it than Kings Row. And I'm right!
We got our wish. Oh my god, the Ryan player and smiling so much right now. I love it. Legends Division Reinhardts. It seems like we're going to have a Mei and a Sombra in this game, so let's dial back the fun meter a little bit here. But still very happy to see the Reinhardt rushes.
Likewise. And we're actually seeing Sneaky Boy Putter gonna swap over to the Widowmaker. We'll see if Putter's able to get some picks quite early. That's Connor McDonald gonna be in this eyesight. Oh. No, the Fresno State is not buying it. They said, we're playing backup hotel. We're not allowing any of this tomfoolery.
Putter's going for it, though, sticking on the Widowmaker out of spawn, able to find Esdeath right away. They weren't ready for the sniper. That is clear as day. And now they've got to do this without a Maywall as well. Oregon can just push their brawl comp right up. And there's Pyukumuku with the charge, just going for it. We said this on Oasis. When blood is in the water, you crank it up and you go for kills. That's a nice Maywall to keep him at bay. And I don't see any way that Fresno get back on this point.
Oh, they tried, but as you said, Berkeley, it is so tough to fight into a Reinhardt Mei when you're down your Mei and you're just a Reinhardt.
Yeah, that Maywall is everything for this comp, and Putter, at least for now, sticking on the Widowmaker, not afraid to play it here in Streets phase.
Well, that's going to be Esdeath trying to pick a counter pick here with that Hanzo. Maybe getting some picks as well on THL and Flatline if they're able to find the heads.
This is
It's
cheap.
going to be Susha Mei on the Mei. You're absolutely right. Putter looking for a bit of a change here in the backline. This is going to be the 1v1 with THL. Gonna throw the Widow's Bite and go ahead and get daddle on out of there.
Putter wants that angle, though, wants to be able to shoot at the backs of Fresno. Pyukumuku goes for the charge, gets counter-charged and, well, stunned down to the floor. Sushime is able to hit that icicle straight into the cranium of Pyukumuku. This fight's not over, though. Ultimate's being committed. Magician tries to buy back Oregon into this fight with the Blizzard, and it looks like it's pretty successful. Esdeath is trying to hold down the front line on Hanzo, but how long can they last? Flatline's tricky to hit on the Lucio, going for the kills. Flatline's getting fancy out here with the footwork.
Yeah, you can always tell sort of the change between each division, the Champions to Legend, and how efficient they are with dealing damage. Throwing in those melee attacks after every clip and ensuring that extra damage is huge. And you're right. I think the issue here with the Ducks is that they've just been staggered since this first point. They're finally regrouped. They're going to push for a fight here. We're hearing the Kitsune rush. This is their chance, Berkeley.
Oh, both shatters get blocked right there. One by a Maywall, one by a shield. The fight's even for now. Esdeath's Dragon doesn't find anything. A late sound barrier from Flatline completely changes the tempo here. The Ducks can step straight into this fight. Putter gets a kill with the rifle. The Maywall goes up, kind of walling off Pyukumuku, but also walling off Phoenix. Venari's Kitsune Rush trying to bail Fresno out of this fight. They're able to hold down the front line for now with just 2.25 meters left to push it. It doesn't seem like Oregon's gonna get there.
Yeah, Oregon is in a tight spot. They only have 4 left. They're going to have to back up. Or, sorry, 3 left. They're going to have to back up. Well, 3 left now. Putter was in the back line. I was right the first time. But they're going to have to regroup now. And that's going to be Sushime on the Mei with the Blizzard. As soon as Yuo pushes in, they're going to be on the cold end of that stick. Putter also making the swap off of Widowmaker onto the Cassidy, still with the hit scan, now a little bit more of a short range, maybe finding some more damage. That Blizzard they're going to use aggressively, ooh, and they're going to get bailed out as well by the protection Suzu.
That was really nice peel to live through that Blizzard. Sushime was trying to be ice cold right there, but it looked like everyone on Oregon planned to stay warm for that one. They were all bundled up, but now, still, the onslaught from these Mei cooldowns. The walls have been great, but just the picks are so hard to find. Now coming up with the Kitsune Rush is Pyukumuku, blocking the Shatter there. Phoenix goes down to the Sticky in the meantime, and now Pyukumuku has a free Shatter to let loose. Has to live through the Dragons here. Putter finds a couple of kills, and now it looks like Oregon is back on the right foot.
Absolutely. And that's going to be it. Yep, you're absolutely right. They did make it back on the right foot. It is a bit tough, as a shout out to Pyukumuku, to block those shatters when you're in the middle of a Kitsune, right? Your blood is in your eyes. You just want to get in the back line. You want to swing and do damage. Really well thought out shatter from Phoenix, but Pyukumuku just had the reaction time. With that being said, that's going to be 3 ultimates in the economy on the side of green. That's going to be a massive Earth Shatter followed up by a Deadeye, but it's only going to find 1. That's all they need Fresno State stuck on the back burner as the Ducks are trucking through.
I am clueless as to how Putter got that angle. When Putter was playing Widowmaker, we saw them going for those crazy angles, wanting to shoot Fresno in the back. Somehow Putter just got to the back line to pop that noon. That was an insane angle, and comboed with the Shatter, like you said, Chase. Insane value, but the payload hasn't really moved much from that first corner of third point. Blizzard having to come out here. Maywall comes up to peel for Fresno. Still in the thick of it this fight, but Esdeath gets that headshot kill with the arrow. Straight out of the bow, and it looks like Fresno might be able to hold it down for now. They're not out of the woods yet. Got to find a couple more, and they do.
In Overwatch 1, I think everyone pretty resoundingly hated Mei, right? It's just she was Satan for the longest time. And don't get me wrong, I'm not a huge Mei Advent enjoyer, but she just brings so much value as kind of a secondary tank almost. These walls are doing so much, and now that's Fresno State with 3 ultimates online. The Dragons are going to get popped, try to separate the rest of the team, and they're going to Kitsune and try to push in, but that's going to be an immediate Earth Shatter, followed up by a Blizzard to send them back to the spawn room, Berkeley.
Oh, that was a beautiful little combo right there. The Shatter hit the second. Pyukumuki went for a jump and dropped the shield. And from there, that fight was just dusted. Oregon still luckily captured third point and had a big time bank, but now they've got under 2 minutes to finish off the map.
They have under 2 minutes, but they do have a more bustling economy than what Fresno State has over in California. They just have to save up, get some econ together, get these fights ready, and they can stop them before they touch that last point.
Right now it's a 3 versus 3. One Reinhardt has Shatter, one Reinhardt's in spawn. Tsushime goes down. Pyukumuki says, let's get right in there and mix it up, shall we? Charges right in, but no kills to be found just yet.
Trying to get the Lucio and Keyboard, but Keyboard gonna back up. And as you said earlier, Berkeley, they are having a tough time rounding this corner. Need to take some drifting lessons, hopefully get through faster. That's going to be the Deadeye popped from Putter. Will it find any heads? Ooh, narrowly going to miss.
A lot of these ultimates here on third point have been blocked very well. Pyukumuki was looking to deal some serious damage, though. It's a tough corner to round, and he goes right in. Phoenix taken down. Damage from the Shatter landed there onto the tank from Fresno, and now they've just got 5 meters left to push this payload toward the finish line. Kitsune Rush comes out in desperation mode for Fresno as they're just trying to claw their way back onto this point. Phoenix is back on the wrecking ball. Venari's there with maybe a cleanse. No, Venari goes down. Already used that protection Suzu, and it seems like Fresno, it's just a little too late. And just around 20 seconds left. We might see it capped, and we do. The Ducks finish the point. Putter cleans everyone up with the Peacekeeper.
And that's going to be Magician as well, throwing the Blizzard on point at last second. That's also the value of Mei. You can deposition a team very, very well as Mei and move them around with the walls, as well as shut off a space entirely, similar to what you could with a Cassidy Deadeye, you could with a Mei Blizzard. That's exactly how they were able to secure that point with 28 seconds left. It's now going to be up to the Bulldogs on this side. So far, Berkeley, based on what we've seen in this map, it has been pretty tight in terms of closeness on either side. Who are you thinking has the edge right now?
Oh, Chase, why do you do this to me? That's so tough to say. I love how Oregon played that one, just having Putter on the Widowmaker, being able to actually do a big number of damage on the first couple of points there, and then seamlessly going to the Cassidy, looking for those off angles, cleaning up the play toward the end of the map. I just like Putter's play on Oregon, but Fresno, they're just surviving Oregon's ults really well. Both of these teams are starting to shine in different ways, in different roles.
True.
I don't know. I got to see Fresno's attack. I think if Fresno lose Kings Row, this one could be a sweep, but we know this is a pretty closely matched couple of teams we've got out on the pitch.
I think that we've seen just a faster raw reaction time so far come out from the Ducks. Fresno State, like I've said before, a staple in the NECC and just a great team overall, but these Ducks are coming out. They're barreling through like a truck, like I said earlier, and they're trying to make their way to point now. Fresno State looking for these picks. It's going to be Esdeath on the Hanzo to kick things off on this map. No Widowmaker this time, Berkeley.
No Widowmaker this time. Putter's on the Cassidy. Phoenix trying to barrel through the front line, and now he's going to have a lot more room to. No, Flatline is able to drop him. Look at the Lucios taking down the Reinhardts here. The softest punch taking down the biggest. And this is an awkward 4 versus 4. Tsushima and Esdeath, one gets a kill, one goes down. This fight just keeps trading back and forth. One tick's been taken, but the last 2 are going to be awfully difficult.
Ooh, that was a beautiful teleport. Sticky is going to hit PB Court as well. Putter doesn't have much to fight against that. This big hammer in your face. Pyukumuku holding point down as Fresno State barraging now. 3 players back in. Looks like the Ducks are going to try to bide some time before retouching, or they're going to just back up entirely. Yes, they will back up entirely, and it's going to be Fresno State now starting their push much earlier than the Ducks did on their initial push.
Yeah, pretty good timings for both these teams after point number 1. Pyukumuku in some trouble right now. The Maywall thrown up to peel for him a little bit, but the Blizzard will be enough to take him down. Magician and Pyukumuku both fall, and now it seems like Fresno's attack is going to get the bookstore corner relatively easily, but Streets phase far from finished.
Oh, far from. I mean, we say far from. The Ducks are going to have to win the C-Con battle, right? They have 3 ultimates online. They don't really have much to do if they get shattered and dragoned, but they have both Kitsunes on either side. Sound barriers are about to come up from either side. This next fight is probably going to be an econ dump from both sides. We're going to see a Dragon Strike kick things off, separate both sides of the team, and things are really getting hot and heated.
Oh, big shatter laid down. Pyukumuku falls. Phoenix steps up right into the fray. The Kitsune Rush may be enough to send some members of Fresno packing, but no kills found yet for the Ducks as they continue to retreat. Back to the high ground they go. The payload continues to progress all the while. Now it's just about 25 meters from finishing off the second point, and the time bank still looking massive for the Bulldogs.
I mean, they have 4 minutes. It is taking them... Wait. They're almost there. Okay, yeah.
There we go.
It literally took them 1 minute and 15 seconds to push it that entire way. They have the exact time bank that they had when they pushed the point just a second ago, or a minute ago, I guess I should say. So yeah, the Bulldogs have positioned themselves very, very well to just take this point and have a couple minutes left to spare for a coffee visit.
Yeah, absolutely no reason for the Bulldogs to slow down. Esdeath got a kill right away in second point, and you saw Phoenix just pin straight into everything. He's like, let's get more. He's hungry. He knows they dropped round 1. There was some tech issues, and it was kind of a wash of a map. Now Fresno has to fight their way back in this series. They're looking hungry to do so, but Pyukumuku finds an early Fire Strike kill that scorches Esdeath. It's a 4 versus 4. Now Putter comes out with the Bastion, trying to lay some heavy damage into the front line. Not enough to find any kills there, but still, Nuke, this fight is about to go crazy. Benari has the Kitsune Rush, Tsushima has the Blizzard, and here it comes. Magician leads it off.
Yeah, playing the corner, that's going to be a double Blizzard. Things are getting real chilly on this side of the point. Pushing through, that's going to be a Dragon Strike. Putter just completely annihilating Phoenix's shield, but not enough. Cheated. Phoenix with the shield burned and battered, throws it up to block the Earth Shatter, and returns for a massive shatter of their own in the middle of the Kitsune Rush, taking out Pyukumuku and enforcing this push straight to the end. Berkeley, what a play from the Bulldogs. Just micro on top of micro to ensure the fight over the Ducks.
Dude, that was wonderful to watch as a Ryan player. Kings Row, Ryan blocks a shatter and lays it down. Putter trying to come in with a pretty play of his own. That barrage doesn't find anything. The mortars come up empty. And Fresno, I said this right before this round, their strength seems to be surviving ultimates. They've done such a great job of that on this attack, but it's not over yet. Esdeath finds a kill, they pop the sound barrier, the speed boost is amped up. PB Cord going in for kills. He's able to find a boot. Magician is down into the Omnic Abyss, but Putter is able to respond with the kill on the PB Cord. Phoenix now pushing this payload. The final 4 meters here for Fresno. Can they get it? It seems like the front line holds strong for the Ducks for now. With their backs against the wall, they come up big.
Yeah, the Ducks lost too many the Pyukumuku just went on a tear. Sorry, that definitely took my attention away. Yeah, the Ducks were able to get out and really just lay it down. the Bulldogs lost too many resources at the end there. They needed to regroup. They have the Dragon Strike once more, but if Pyukumuku is able to get these, level 9 shatters that we've seen all game, this could spell a barrier, if you will, for the Bulldogs to overcome.
Still a safe amount of time on the clock for Fresno. Phoenix is in an awful lot of trouble here. Steps in between the payload and the wall. Gets walled off as well. Pyukumuku has all the room in the world in front of him and a shatter to lay it down if anything gets difficult, but everyone on Fresno chooses the wiser and gets out of dodge.
Yeah, they have 3 online now. And I like these smart plays that we're seeing from Fresno. They're not even trying to make a fight out of it. They lose their tank, they're backing up, they're getting ready. That's an Earth Shatter that's going to get blocked straight to the face. Blizzard taking up most of the control in the corner, and an Earth Shatter return from Pyukumuku back on a rampage. And that hammer is going to find its mark. Putter and Magician cleaning up the kills, and Berkeley, we're seeing the Ducks firing back strong.
Yeah, they really are retaliating so well. I mean, the first 2 points were almost steamrolled for Fresno, but Oregon knows that it's a 3-point map for a reason. They can hold it down. This is the hardest part of Kings Row, to make your way through as an attacker, and Fresno's coming up empty. Attack after attack. They've got some ults here. Maybe they can finish off the map, but with that headshot on Venari, the Kitsune Rush comes out, but now you're down your Kiriko. That's a huge kit that you're missing in this fight. And the Kitsune Rush, your biggest ultimate, that is going to provide you the most value, comes up completely negated because Fresno just gets picked off right away.
Yeah, that's rough, buddy, as we would say on this side of the woods, this neck of the woods. UO Esports Green will have 2 ultimates online. Putter will have his Barrage, and Flatline will have the Sound Barrier. Sushime is going to have Blizzard, and Esdeath will have the Dragon Strike. Some online, we might see these Rhines go toe-to-toe, try to build Shatter very rapidly. We're going to see a Barrier or Barrage come out first, try to find some picks in the back line. I'm not sure if I agree. It doesn't really pair well with anything else, and the team's just going to be able to back up, regroup, and heal on up.
Dragon Strike comes in to try and cut up the Bulldog defense. Phoenix charging up that Shatter as fast as he possibly can. Sushime goes down. Putter here just in turret mode, trying to do as much as possible. Gets frozen up by the Blizzard. Now Phoenix comes in, has the Shatter, lays it down, put a Tiara on it. That was pretty. Falling off the map is Pyukumuku. And finally, it seems like the Fresno attack is going to come up big. And with the overtime wick burning, they've got to send this one into overtime.
It's gotta happen. They've got to touch now. 2 seconds left. They're gonna be able to get on with it. Lucio with the Tracer be able to touch. They will. The rest of points coming in. That's gonna be a massive Blizzard from Magician to push him off point. Sushime will get pinned by Pyukumuku. We're gonna see an ultimate as well. An Earth Shatter popped on point. PB Cord looking for some picks. That's now Esdeath and Benari taking out Magician. They gotta get this Lucio on point off of there. Fresno gonna fall though, and it looks like they're gonna be able to hold.
Wow.
UO Green able to take it with the defense in the final meter, Berkeley.
I cannot believe Oregon got out there to defend Pyukumuku. What a map on Kings Row. Play of the game and everything. Hats off to the Rhine from Oregon. Finding a kill right there, able to find Phoenix as well, and then just goes straight for it. We saw this so much. Anytime there's an opening, the Reinhardts go for the pin. What a fantastic map to watch.
That was beautiful.
Chase, you were so wide-eyed when it cut to us. You were...
I was floored. I was floored by the Overwatch that we just witnessed. It was so steel for such a while there, and this is why we're all huge Overwatch nerds for this reason, right? It was so steel trapped for so long. They weren't making it past in that first round. Then as we move into second round, Oregon finding themselves a bit on the back foot, getting staggered for most of the point. Fresno kind of stuck in that one little hallway, not able to make it around the corner, and that final turn. And finally, in the last minute, they make it. After having 5 minutes on the clock, throwing everything that they can, including the kitchen sink at Oregon, Oregon stops them in the final meter. What a back and forth narrative that we saw just in these past 2 maps.
Yeah, so fun. Oasis went 2-1. Kings Row was finished with 28 seconds by one team, and the other came up 4 meters short from completing the map. We have map 3 coming up in just a couple minutes. Stick around to see if it's a 2-1 or if it's another sweep.
Ladies and gentlemen, guys and gals, and all the pals watching us on the NECC broadcast, I am Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined once again by the handsome dynamic duo Berkeley Altcharge Stevens, and we have had a slobber knocker of a series on our hands. UO going into the third map, bans Havana, and Fresno's going to pick the Dorito. We're going to El Dorado, and it's going to be a pretty good map if King's Row is the premonition that we need.
Yeah, and we're keeping it dark here. Dorado's back to night mode. King's Row's back to night mode. So everyone just, take a chill pill. Take off the sunglasses, kick back. We got a couple more games. Maybe this might be the last map of the night here on the B stream before we all head to bed. But this series has been awfully close so far. It is a 2-0 right now for Oregon. They held on to King's Row just on the skin of their pants. And now we're headed to Dorado. This is a map where it's way less linear. This is where we could actually get those mobile tanks for the first time tonight, other than that one point of Oasis.
Yeah, there is a lot of vertical scalability with this map. And I think we'll see Monkey come back. We'll see some more Winton. That's my hope. I think that's going to be a pretty prominent pick as you're able to get up and down off of these ledges and the streets of Dorado. Who's to say, though, as we make it to this third point, we could see Reinhardt come back. Maybe some Ramatra again. Ramatra could be pretty strong on this point. I'd love to see Esdeath back on the Hanzo with some picks as Widowmaker may make a return on this map. Putter may decide to go the Widowmaker.
Yeah, Sojourns and Snipers could totally come back here. Cassidy is another good pick here, especially on first point where you don't have to worry about high grounds quite as much as you do on the other points, but this is a total shakeup from King's Row, and I'm happy to see it. Havana was the map that was banned, for anyone wondering, and that one probably would have played a lot similar to King's Row. A lot of people really don't like Havana, so I'm happy to see it not played tonight. And this might be the second time tonight that I've actually seen Dorado played. We've got a few maps. Escort's been diverse, but Dorado is definitely the fan favorite.
It usually is. Yeah, Dorado is a pretty sound map, I would say, overall. And getting into the action, I'm pretty eager to see how Fresno fares this time. Fresno might be able to bring back this series, take the reins, depending on the composition changes, and more importantly, the mentality shifts as we go into this next map.
And we do have the Ducks, Oregon, attacking first. They have attacked first on a King's Row. They're going to be attacking first again. Fresno's going to be on the defense. And Magician staying in the game for the Ducks. iTroll was their starting DPS on Oasis. And Magician comes in, plays the Mei very well on King's Row. Now, it's the attacking locker room. Nothing's final yet, but wouldn't be surprised to see Magician on the Widowmaker once the doors open.
I wouldn't either. I think Magician. I'm surprised it's not Putter, based on Putter playing it earlier, but I could see Magician getting the picks. The really interesting pick, I think, for this map here is going to be Esdeath on the Genji. Not a pick I necessarily agree with, as we talked about a little bit earlier, Berkeley. Genji is kind of really only good when you have the Kitsune for the Dragon Blade. The character's unfortunately been nerfed into the ground multiple times, so they're going to have to find a lot of value for this character to work.
Yeah, Genji is still really good at cleaning up kills when people are low HP, but he lost a ton of his dueling ability that made him so strong in Season 0. Right away, one Winston gets a kill and quickly gets eliminated. It's a 4 versus 4 fight as Tsushima evens that one up with a railgun. Holding down the high ground are the Bulldogs, but just for how long? Magician's on the Genji as well, and it seems like some Cyber Ninjas are going to get activated here as Magician pops up to the high ground and Fresno State just retreats for a moment.
Yeah, so for everyone at home, that is UO Green, the Ducks on the attack. Fresno State Bulldogs on the defense for this round. And this Tracer Putter trying to get in the back line and cause a bit of ruckus, a bit of commotion. That is the fear of having a Genji and a Tracer on you in the back line. That's a lot to deal with. We're seeing a full dive composition across the board on either side, which means that we could see a counter and a bunker composition here very soon.
Fresno's in a little bit of trouble. Those HP bars are getting low. Tsushima goes down. Magician there with the Shuriken straight to the dome. Putter follows up with a kill onto Esdeath. And it seems like the Ducks, Oregon, they're flying right now. This dive comp is clicking. They don't have the Sojourn. They don't need one. The DPS are in sync with the Winston. Everything is clicked, and they've got over 5 minutes headed into point 2.
Yeah, these ducks are no quacks. They know what they're doing for sure. Flatline with the sound barrier online. Putter as well will have the bomb online. If that can find a target in the backline, that can have a huge impact with the massive stagger on the Bulldogs. That's going to be Putter not even needing to use the ultimate, just finding a pick very early. Health pack is going to be around. Not sure if I agree with the throw, but Kobe be strong. And Putter is looking for a couple of picks, and someone should get on the payload. That'd be a pretty good idea.
Listen, man, that is not important. Let's fight in the Mega Health Pack room because this is where egos are made.
You know, you're not wrong, Berkeley. You're absolutely not wrong. And we'll probably see some, maybe some teabags and some emotes, maybe some tags off the ground. But what we're definitely going to see is a Primal Raged Monkey followed up by an overclock charge. Pretty much every ult in the book. They're going to throw the whole kitchen sink in this Mega Health Pack room.
This room is popping off right now. I do not want to be neighbors with whoever lives in there because there's a lot of ruckus. You're not going to bed in a timely manner anytime soon. Finally, Fresno clean up the fight here. The defenders are able to set their feet for a moment as Sushime's overclocked comes up to the table big.
That is the silliest push I've seen in a while, Berkeley.
That was outrageous.
It was outrageous. It was crazy. Fresno just allowed them to fight them in the health pack room, and they took them to the fight. They turned around, they said, wait a second, where's the cart? Oh, hey, we should get on the cart.
That was an ego duel for all 10 players. Fresno come up with it. But still, Oregon, they've got a big time bank, almost 3.5 minutes as they come into this next fight. And the high ground will be heavily contested again. Sushime is able to get the opening kill with the railgun. Death has the blade, but how much can you really find? No Kitsune Rush, it's really more of a zoning ultimate. Not a very big threat. Pyukimuki puts it to bed, in fact. And now Oregon has some time to collect themselves. They can go back into this one strong. And they're waiting for it. Pulse Bomb comes out, doesn't have anything sticky on it though, coming up empty. Now Putter rolling in, trying to follow up with Pyukimuki on these kills in the back line. They're able to find one onto Sushime. The high ground's still something you need to contest. Pyukimuki hops up there, zapping Venari. And now it seems like the Ducks might have everything they need to get the second objective.
Ooh, that's a great cleanup from Putter. Call it a birdie, getting one in. Kicking off that fight, Berkeley, Phoenix got a great jump. I think it was on Putter or Magician, and Sushime got a great pick to kick off the fight, but the pick was because there was a boop from Phoenix, and that's got to take some pretty impressive reflexes to just quickly swap over and hit that overclock shot. So shout out to Sushime for that quick pick. Now swapping over to the Tracer, trying to find a little bit more impact for the roster. We're actually going to see Phoenix have the Primal Rage online. PB Corp will have the sound barrier as well, but that's Pyukimuki as well. We're going to see some ult charge just building on either side, and once again, no one's on the cart. We're just fighting in a side room where health packs are for the ego.
I love this game right now. Dorado has just been played so differently than these last two maps, but it has been fun to watch where these fights are taking place. Right now, Oregon is threatening to complete this map. They're up in this fight. They've got to find a couple more here as they're on the final corner of third point. Phoenix Primal throws some hands right into Flatline's face. Now, no longer does Oregon have the Lucio, but also Fresno down the Lucio of their own. This one is just trading back and forth, and once again, a very chaotic fight.
Oh, Esdeath finding 2 picks on both of the DPS line for UO, and that's going to be a massive regroup. But you're absolutely right, Berkeley. Fresno State Bulldogs trolling just a little bit on this map, picking the fights, kind of an off rooms, not on the payload at all, and they're actually allowing UO Green a lot of leeway in pushing this cart. That's going to be a double Kitsune on either side as the fight breaks out.
And the blade comes out in the Kitsune, and that's going to dice up PB Cord. Magician able to find the opening pick, but then gets sniper monkeyed by Phoenix. A couple of retaliation kills by both Tracers, and Putter has a pulse bomb there with a little something sticky on it. That Dragon Blade got silenced as Death is scratching his head there, but that one had to come out in desperation. Just 4 meters to go. PB Cord comes out to stall it, but is it enough? No.
I think just in regular everyday life, I'm gonna start using sniper monkeyed is a new verb.
I've called it that since launch.
Sniper
Anytime I see that long range Winston zap, boom, sniper monkeyed.
Very different from Spider Monkey, which it honestly felt like they were most of the game, jumping back and forth. They were on them pretty heavily. But with 2 minutes on the clock, UO Esports Green find themselves in a very good position to take the rest of the series in a sweep, which is not what either of us had expected at all Charge.
No, we thought this one was going to be a lot closer, and the Ducks are poised to run away with their opening NECC game, and that's exactly what they were hoping for. They knew this one in the preseason was a very close contest, and clearly they reviewed that game very well, saw some cracks in the Fresno Bulldogs armor, and they've taken advantage of it. The dive has worked, the brawl has worked. We've seen a lot of different comps played, and all of them have worked incredibly well for Oregon tonight.
Yeah, I'm not quite certain that the Bulldogs should be choosing this composition again, mainly because it did not work out for them very well in the last round on defense. And, you know, dive is a better composition when you are playing on offense, but I'd love to see them try something different as we get into the starting phases of this. As I say that, actually, we're going to see a very interesting dynamic shift as PB Cord will be on the Brigette. Benari will also be on the Ana. Muku trying to get some early damage off, but he's going to get followed over by Phoenix. He's going to kick off this map. Esdeath is looking for a pick.
Yeah, and definitely Fresno coming back at it with a Winston dive, but changing things up here. Esdeath is back on the Hanzo, which you said you wanted to see before this map, and then the supports changing up their lineup completely, going on a Brig, really shaking things up here. Oregon has thrown Flatline onto the Mercy here, trying to make some use out of that famed OP pocket that just came out a couple of days ago, but right now Oregon is down a member. They had to retreat to the back of the first point. Now they've got to desperately find their way back into this fight. Flatline going down there is not going to help.
Yeah, that was a great headshot pick from Esdeath. Now playing around the statue. Storm Arrow will secure the deal on Muku. Magician finding themselves down and dusted as well. It's going to be Putter, though, on the side of UO Esports Green, just falling to Esdeath. Esdeath taking everyone out, sending them straight to the the Styx River in Hades. What a phenomenal performance thus far from the star Hanzo player on the side of the Bulldogs.
And you said you wanted to see Esdeath back onto the Hanzo before this map. Esdeath is Hanzo, sweet like morning marmalade. This dude has just shown up in a big time, gotten the payload to the first point, and now they're pushing it.
There it is. There it is. Absolutely. Esdeath is singing the sweet songs of his victors. That's Phoenix and Venari. Uh-oh, we're seeing a nano-boosted Winston, and that's going to spell some trouble for UO Esports Green. More than half of the roster having to back up to deal this nano-boosted Winston, and that's going to immediately be a Primal Rage to follow up, cause some more commotion, and allow all three members to stay on the payload and continue the push for the Bulldogs. Bulldogs doing a great job of just taking the page out of the book of the Ducks from the prior round, keeping the backline busy while the sports are able to push the cart and put the pedal to the metal.
Fresno, Tsushima is able to get the pulse bomb kill onto Magician, who's rezzed right back into the action here, and now the Katina Rush comes out from THL. Flatline popping the Valk as well. Both support ultimates coming into the fight for the Ducks as they try and hold it right here.
And Fresno with a beautiful response of just backing up. As soon as they popped the ults, Fresno said, it's fine, you can do that. That's what we wanted. We're going to back up anyway. Dragon Strike, unfortunately not finding any picks, however, will separate the Ducks on multiple levels. We're going to see Muku try to get back on point and stop this push, halt it. I do like Putter on Ashe. I think Bob has shown a lot of value. That's going to be night time, though. Shh, don't wake him up. Venari in the backline just doing some healing. And yeah, this has been an absolute crazy point so far, but with 3 minutes on the clock, I think that Fresno's starting to lose a little bit of momentum as I say that. They get 2 picks. Caster Cruise.
Yeah, they just come right back into the fight here. What seems like it's causing so much problems for Oregon is the new backline we're seeing from Fresno. Ana seems like she might be diveable for this comp, but PB Cord back there on the Brig is just something that you've got to deal with anytime you want to close in on Venari or onto Esdeath. It seems like this backline is very stable against dive as long as you're hitting those cooldowns and skill shots, which we do expect in the Legends division.
Absolutely, and that's to say as well, one of the best CCs in the game. What a headshot from Ezdeth. One of the best CCs in game is the sleep dart, right? Venari has been nailing those sleep darts, putting everyone in an endless dream. It's going to be THL getting the headshot on Sushime. That's a handful of words. And we're going to see the Dragon Blade coming to the background. Unfortunately, the sleep dart does not connect. And that's going to be Ezdeth finding their way to their own death. Petter getting taken out by PB Cord, and that's going to be Magician taking out Venari. The Ducks hold Berkeley. Now they have 4 ultimates online. They didn't have to utilize a lot of economy, and that's going to be Fresno State Bulldogs with 3 ultimates online. This next battle is going to dictate the pace for the rest of this game, because if the Ducks are able to hold, it's going to stop a lot of momentum from Fresno. But if Fresno can take it here, send the Ducks to the spawn room without time to recover, they might take the map.
Kitsune Rush comes out, as does the Nano and the Rally on the side of Fresno. PB Cord is able to take down Magician. Maybe that gets rezzed back by Flatline. Flatline still hanging on to the Valkyrie as Death gets rid of the Robert, but Pyukumuku gets rid of PB Cord. Kills trading back and forth as Ezdeth gets another headshot, trying to keep Fresno in this one. They send Phoenix forward. Ezdeth gets another headshot kill, but this one's going to get rezzed back up. Flatline able to keep everyone alive with the Valkyrie, and with the new Mercy buffs, Valkyrie is a little bit insane right now. Everyone has no problem living on the side of Oregon.
Including the Mercy themselves. They're taking 25% of that killing, and that is a lot. Ezdeth! My lord, looking for these heads as an absolute headhunter. Sushime taking out Magician as well. This could be the road that the Bulldogs are paving, slowly barking up the tree to make it. The Ducks are going to need to come out quickly. Oh, they're actually sitting on point. That is Putter, just trying to hold some stall time. It's going to be Phoenix, though, with the Primal Rage pushing everyone around in the room. Will they be able to make it in time?
We've seen one insane Duck stall and hold. Honestly, on Kings Row, this is exactly what we saw. Did they have it in them to go back to back? Nano goes on to the Tracer. Sushime says, I'm going to dice up the backline all myself. Thanks for the Nano. I'll get it done from here. Able to find one on the THL. That one had something sticky on it. Magician goes down. Not able to rate out the damage. The Pulse Bomb had his name on it anyway. Sushime everywhere all at once, finding kill after kill, trying to get these stalls away. The Ducks, though, they're back in the fray. Putter takes down Sushime. Putter might not be done here. Has the sight set on the backline, wants to go in. Pyukumuku's on the wrecking ball. This one's chaotic, but it doesn't seem like the Ducks are going to go anywhere.
Yeah, the Ducks are having a field day getting back on this cart now that they've swapped over Pyukumuku on this wrecking ball. Fresno State is cutting their losses and backing up, recognizing they're going to need to fight fire with fire as Phoenix is opted as well to choose the wrecking ball pick, which works well and honestly synergizes with the dive composition convincingly. That's going to be Putter and Magician, both with DPS ultimates online. Sushime and Ezdeth don't have anything in the back pocket for a hot second. They got 50 seconds to make it happen.
Yeah, the fight before this one was 90 seconds and Fresno came up empty. Now they've got no ultimates. The Ducks have an insane ult economy, but Flatline goes down. Phoenix is able to gun him down with a nice flurry of headshots, and now can they get more done? Magician's ready to pop the Blossom if they need to, but Pyukumuku takes down Venari as Death falls as well, and we're into the final 30.
Ooh, that's Putter and Pyukumuku with the solid synergy on the front of cart. 22 seconds left. This is do or die, Berkeley. They have to make it in time. Sushime does have the Pulse Bomb online, but will they be able to touch in time? That is the question.
Well, Nano Blade's coming up. This could be the clutch fight that the Bulldogs need. They do get to the objective in time, so no worries there. Phoenix, as Death, able to find that kill onto THL. The Blossom in the backline. Venari can't live through. A little help from Putter to get that kill. Blade comes out from Ezdeth. They don't have the Nano for this one. Ezdeth says, I don't need it. Finds the kill onto Flatline. The payload still has 5 more meters to push, and they need it so bad. They're down in time huge, but they want one more chance, and they'll get it here.
Wow, Berkeley. I am floored. Magician dropping the Death Blossom in the backline and finding no targets was extremely detrimental for the Ducks because it allowed the Bulldogs their opening they were desperately looking for to get into that fight. And Ezdeth is just providing so much value for this roster, whether it be on the Genji or whether it be on the Hanzo. Both Shimada brothers are doing well for Esdeath, and that was just an insane play. That Dragon Blade, it found value where everyone said it would not, including myself, because Dragon Blade is not exactly great, but man, oh man, did he clean up.
Yeah, that attacking round there for Fresno, that was the Esdeath show from point 1 to point 3 on the Hanzo, on the Genji. Both of them worked, and Esdeath, I mean, he was the reason the time bank was so huge after point 1. The headshots were hitting, and then when he had to swap over to the Genji, the Nanoblade was there in the last fight. Venari went down, Esdeath still got it done. That was a really good showing there from the Bulldog DPS.
Yeah, Esdeath, she's on a tear this game. She's absolutely carrying the rest of the Fresno roster. Not to say that they're not carrying themselves, but these picks are just so nasty. And, oh, what's this? On God? Real stuff? Okay, no. Phoenix was on the Diva. I was quite excited, and now we're seeing Phoenix swap back over to the Winston.
Same attack and comp here, though, for the Bulldogs, sticking with the Ana Brig, and Esdeath, she's going to be rocking the Hanzo once more, and hitting the headshot on a Pyukinuku right away. This is how they started last round, and they've got to keep it going. Esdeath has come to the table in a big moment, and has just played out of their mind in the last 5-6 minutes.
Yeah, they got 30 seconds, though. They don't have 5-6 minutes now. They got 30 seconds to make it happen. Obviously, overtime will begin, but there's no more shenanigans of fighting in the Mega Health Pack room and leaving the payload. You gotta stay on this payload and push it to fruition if you want to win this map.
And 5 seconds until the overtime wick starts to burn down here. Fresno, they lose Phoenix early. That's going to be tough, but Esdeath is able to silence Putter for now. It's a 4 versus 4. The Ducks holding the payload strong, keeping Fresno Bulldogs at bay for now. Esdeath goes down. That's been the carry for the last couple of rounds. Can they get it done without them? Phoenix now back into the fray. Venari coming up on the Nano. PB Cord nearly there on the rally, but the Ducks don't seem to be moving anytime soon. Flatline falls there as Phoenix's slam is enough to take care of the Lucio on the side of the Ducks, but they've got to find more and they've got to do it fast.
Absolutely. The rally's coming out, but PB Cord falling immediately upon popping the rally, and that's going to be Esdeath coming up with 2 picks. She's on a tear, 3 picks. Esdeath paving the way for the Bulldogs to make it to this first point, and if you are the Ducks, you have got to get back. You've got to stop it now, because albeit you have 3 minutes to make it past, this is already a huge win for the Bulldogs on their defense when it gets to that point.
Already massive. The doors take a while to open here as we transition to second point, so everyone on the side of Oregon has plenty of time to set up, but Fresno, they got the payload where they needed to, at least the first point. That's defendable for 3 minutes, but you need every inch of this map that you can possibly claim. Venari needs some peel. The Dragon Blade into the back line. The Nano Boost comes out, but it's a little bit too late. Magician's already found one. Pyukimuku's found another. There's no supports on the side of Fresno left, and the Ducks are cleaning house here. The payload will park right there, just around 16 meters into second point.
The pure power of regrouping as a roster. Just taking a second and saying, all right, we need to re-engage. Let's just dive their backline, throw a Winston shield on top of the Ana, and call it a day. And that's exactly what they did, making it 15.93 meters past that initial touch. Now it's up to the Ducks to be on their push, hopefully flock north. They're going to have to make it just a tidbit past at 15.93. Like you said earlier, Berkeley, they got 3 minutes to make it happen. It's definitely reasonable, but it's also not outside of the realm of possibility for the Bulldogs to hold in that amount of time.
No, definitely not out of the round of possibility. I mean, you can lock down first point. Fresno did a great job just getting the first point. This is defendable. They've got a legit win condition, albeit it's going to be hard. The Ducks have been flying tonight, and they've got a good time bank to get this done. But Fresno, Esdeath is going to be locking down the Hanzo. They found a backline composition that's been working very well for them the last 2 rounds. So Fresno's new look here, although it's very late into the series, they could have found it at just the right time.
I think that they have. And it could be, right? I've made a lot of speculations in this series, some right, some wrong, but I'll tell you this much. The Ducks are going to come out swinging, and they really need to win this if they want to secure the series, which would be their first series win in NECC history. That's going to be Putter backing up to the spawn room, opting out of the Widowmaker and instead switching back over to the Tracer.
Back over to the Tracer, seeing Phoenix on the wrecking ball, knowing that Widowmaker is still vulnerable in that matchup, just not wanting to chance it. And, I mean, the Tracer Genji was working great for the Ducks. If they can get that going again, this attack should have no problems. But Venari up on this high ground, Esdeath in the wings. These are some snipers that can just look down at you on the low ground and clean house. Another nade's about to fly in. That one actually got blocked. Esdeath just stepped in the way of that one. A little bit unlucky, but Tsushima still finds a kill.
Yeah, and was still able to get a lot of healing off in the backline. Unfortunately, Venari falling. Muku falling to the top. Putter finding both picks in sort of the backline of PB Cord and an Esdeath, continuing this rampage of their push. That's going to be huge for the Ducks as they push up past this point. And truthfully, right under that bridge is really where you want to stop any attackers. And it's where the Ducks were able to stop the Bulldogs last time, but the Bulldogs now stopping them more in the square area right around the statue. It's going to be a bit harder to defend. Not outside of the realm of possibility, as I said earlier, but a bit more difficult. Actually, working to their advantage as they're going to drop the minefield right next to the statue and limit the capability of mobility in this area.
A ton of ultimates just came out. Not a lot got any value, but now Magician going in with the rock hit, starting to cut everything up in sight. Seems like this should be enough for Oregon to get the first point. Maybe Fresno get back in time, but even if the Ducks get point number 1, this one's still not over. Fresno's going to have time to set up that defense on point 2 for maybe one more fight. Either way, we're down to the wire.
It is down to the wire, and Phoenix allowed so much time for the Bulldogs to regroup Berkeley. That could have been quintessential in their strategy. It's going to take Wrecking Ball no time to get back whatsoever, but THL getting an early pick on Esdeath is going to spell something sour for the Bulldogs.
Oh, and this should be it. The primal of the Dragon Blade. PB Cord's down, as is Magician. Tsushima comes in with the kill, but Pyukame takes down Venari. That's no more supports left for Fresno, and they're clawing their way back onto this point. They can't really give up any more room here. Just 4.6 meters left until the Ducks win the entire match. They've still got members. They've got spawn advantage. They've now got 2 more kills. Putter's got the pulse bomb in hand, but doesn't even need to throw it onto PB Cord. That's going to do it here.
Oh!
1 meters, but no. Let's put this one to bed. The Ducks fly north. Fresno failed to hold that one in overtime, but still, even though this one was a sweep, Chase, this was a pretty close series through and through.
Berkeley, they had 10 seconds left. If the Ducks had won that point, they would have, or sorry, if the Bulldogs had won that point, we would be going to a game 4. Had they just defended there, it would have been it. But that early pick on Esdeath, THL coming in clutch in those final moments on the Kiriko, getting that headshot, finding that pick early, just steamrolled up until the end with 10 seconds left. That just blows my mind. What a crazy close series.
Yeah, and the Ducks had the clutch factor on Kings Row, getting out of spawn on 3rd point, defending that, holding it was insane. And then on Dorado, it seemed like they did that a couple more times. Once on 3rd point, and then they clutched it in overtime there at the end. Chase, do you have a player of the game in mind? I got one in mind because I just do, you know, and you probably know who I'm picking, but I'll let you go first.
I have to give it to Esdeath for sure, and I'm certain that's also your decision. Knowing where it's not.
It's not.
Wow,
it's not.
What is your decision for player of the match?
Listen, I thought that Esdeath, she played super well, especially on Dorado. They were the factor that brought Fresno through that opening round and got them point 1 on their first attack and probably point 3 as well when they swapped over to Genji. But my player of the game, all 3 maps, Muku. 1, very fun battle tag to say. Had a blast doing that. 2, played a flurry of tanks, just almost every tank you could possibly pick in the current meta, and played them so well. Reinhardt on King's Row, something that made both of us smile ear to ear, and then the Winston clicking with the dive DPS. Muku to me just didn't disappoint in any factor of their game.
That's fair. If I were to give it to anyone, I guess kind of flipping the script, if I were to have given it to anyone on the side of the Ducks, it more than likely would have been THL for that final play. And even throughout the series, you know, it's not just the one play. Keeping the rest of the team alive, the Kitsune rushes were on point, well timed with the rest of the roster. But that clutch factor was definitely there for Lucas. But I agree with you. I think that Pyukumuku is a well-deserved player of the match. Albeit the Bulldogs did not win, I stand by my decision and
It's a good one.
giving it over to Esdeath. She played phenomenally.
It's a good one. I mean, no one was playing Hanzo tonight like Esdeath, and we saw a few snipers picked, a couple of Sojourns, but Esdeath was definitely the biggest difference maker who played a sniper or even like a Sojourn pick. Esdeath on the Hanzo was unbeatable. The headshots were being laced left and right. It was a lot of fun to watch. She's definitely a good pick. Probably my second choice if I didn't go Pyukumuku, but I feel like Oregon getting a 3-0 sweep and what's a pretty close matchup and then playing just a ton of tanks really well, had to go with them. I love their play tonight.
Totally agree with you. Well, that is the action we got for this evening, Berkeley. We don't have anything else on the slate. That's it for tonight. Once again, I've been Chase Nuclear Nukem. This has been Berkeley Ultcharge Stevens, my co-commentator, my partner in crime. Want to give a shout out as well to Hippie and Storm Warrior over on the side of production. They've been here all evening. They've been doing production for you. We've only been here for a couple of hours. They've been here all night. They've been here all night.
Yeah.
So shout outs to them. If you want to see more of what we're doing, you can follow us on Twitter. Tags below. Berkeley has some really exciting stuff going on right now on his Twitter, so you should go check it out. Activision Blizzard kind of involved with this guy. He's kind of a big deal now.
I don't know about that, man. I drew Zenyatta for a couple of days in a row there. That's my whole claim to fame. But thanks for the little shout out there. I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for sticking around through the 3 games on the B stream here. It's been fun casting Legends Division to kick things off. Great matchup. Congrats to the Ducks winning their first NECC Overwatch game ever. And with that, for Chase, I've been Berkeley. Good night.